Longer? 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 ha! The mighty trumpet brings the freaks out to the floor.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Scoot Easy. My name is Liz, and this is Satisfactory. Hello, how's it going? Tell me where the freak's at. Yeah, no kidding. Hello, squirrels. Hello, Riza. Hello, Autumn. Hello, Rai. Welcome in, friends. Okay. I'm gonna do this. And then in theory, uh oh no, don't do that, Autumn. Is it cute check? I don't even remember my own commands. Oh. Satis on the factory till I supercomputer. No, it's in there somewhere. Stop it, Cal. God damn it. I'm being bullied today. Ah, well. Someday we'll find the negative message. There's a negative one in there. It shows up, I swear. All right. Oh. That's so weird. Is it? Oh, you know what? I know what it is. There, now it should happen. There we go. Now it's in the system. I knew something was wrong. He's sassy today. Okay, Kit, what the fuck was I doing? Right, we had just discovered ionized fuel, and it's not possible right now. I think I was going to install a power line that goes out into the desert so we can pillage it for its natural resources. Da 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 ba da ba da ba da ba da ba ba. Yo, give me that muscle training. What? Brother, what do you mean out of stock? Eat dick. Stupid ass Twitch. Do I put this? Probably not. You probably... Ugh. Yeah, man, I can't tell you how much I do not care that you're down there. Is the thing. Wire too long? That's too long? Surely not. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba. Let's turn our music up just a wee bit. Oh, man. It'll make it. Bro, don't be waking up down there. I'm clearly not inside your territory. Die for nothing, you stupid bugs. Ridiculous insects. You know what? I think Groos's theme is appropriate for me building a power line out to the desert. Ba-da-da-da, ba-da-da-da, ba-da, bow, ba-bow, bow, ba-dow, ba-dow. I do too, honestly. Skyward Sword and Twilight Princess are two of my fave games, and I really want to run them both again, but I just haven't ever gotten around to it. The fuck am I doing, chat? Oil. I could work my way north. I could go straight to the coast and then split off power lines at 2 points. I think that's probably what I'll do. It's fine. Skyward Sword's issues were just whatever the fuck the pumpkin minigame was. If you take the pumpkin minigame out, it's a perfect game. Doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo. Doo-doo. You can't hate me because you know I'm right. It does have one of the best soundtracks in the series. And that's half because of Groove. Put a rock in your pocket. You certainly will not regret putting a rock in your pocket. What other bad thing was in that game? It's not in my head. I know it's something I did, baby. Do I have... Looks like I do, okay. I want to play the remaster. I want to play it again for the quality of life stuff, like not having to look at the item pop-ups every time I open the game. Yeah, I don't know why they had this weird-ass twink in this game. Like, this Link character really annoys me. Groose is pretty clearly the protagonist, and I don't know why you don't play as him when he's very obviously the main hero. I don't know why you play as this weird side character. Biting my tongue till all you want is done. Alright. Hey kid, check out this desert Mercer sphere. You ain't seen one of these before, huh? They form differently in different biomes. Oh, that shit's there, huh? I thought it would collapse. Nasty. I don't know, Mercer spheres just make these weird fields wherever they conglomerate. Okay. So I want to build a line to the north and a line to the south. I think that's one of the starting locations right there. I think my best bet is probably gonna be to do this. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-da. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-da. Ba-da-da-da-ba-ba-da. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Ba-da-da-ba-ba-ba-da. Ba-da-da-ba-ba-da-da. Ba-da-ba-ba-da. The speedrun Groose caused a lot of problems for trying to skip the imprisoned fight he's in. This causes problems as much anymore because you just ignore the imprisoned for any percent, but if speedrunners are playing this game with the express purpose of cutting Groose out of it, they're playing it wrong anyway. They should be doing Groose percent, which is the amount of time it takes to maximize all of your Groose on-screen moments. Groose percent calls time when Groose leaves screen for the final time during a run. And honestly, I don't know why you'd play a category that isn't Groose percent in that game. Sometimes I wonder why people play Zelda games that without Groose in them, like, at all. Hell yeah, there should be a Groose percent. I'll make one if there isn't. Hey, man. You're ranged! Why are you trying to melee target me? Brother, you could have actually attacked me if you hadn't waddled around like an idiot. All enemies are programmed, if they can't reach melee range with you, to panic and attempt to get away, even the ones that are ranged anyway. I do not know why they behave that way. Brother, you also have a gun. Beep beep beepity. Beep beep beep. Look at all the concrete and wires flying through the air. God, that's funny to watch, actually. You don't get to watch it in motion usually because they go so fast. No, there's no Groose percent? Chat, we have to have a talk with this community. This is the last straw. The speedrunner community's had it too good for too long. It's time to acknowledge Groose percent runners. Will I go through that? I can go under it. Okay. Yeah, something like that. I like to see it jiggle jiggle. It folds, muddy wiggle wiggle, for sure. Makes me want to dribble dribble. You know, riding in my Fiat, you really have to see it. 6'2" in a compact, no slack, but luckily the seats go back. I got a knack to relax in my mind, sipping some red wine. The factory must grow. Hi, bull. Jiggle, jiggle. My money don't wiggle, wiggle. Jiggle, jiggle. Money don't wiggle, wiggle. Jiggle, jiggle. It folds. I'd like to see you wiggle, wiggle. For sure. You know, riding in my Fiat, you really got to see it. 2 in a compact, no slack, but luckily the seats go back. I got a knack to relax in my mind, sipping some red wine. Bonk. Yay! Terrorist came home. I'd like to see ya wiggle, wiggle. I wonder how far down I should go. Is this the... This is map edge, I think. Logistics? No. Organization. Oh, Kit. Look what Liz found. Oil mecha. I know. I shouldn't have put that on screen. Hegseth is on his way right now. I want to put one right there. Right there, maybe? Really? That's too long, huh? We're gonna need more power, and I'm not willing to expand the infrastructure for the uranium mine yet. So I was like, let's go look at some oil and some coal. And I know that there's a shit ton of oil and coal over here, because this is where I built my power plant in my original playthrough. There ain't shit up there. At least I see the edge of the map now. Oh, there's some bauxite up in them hills. There's a bunch of geysers down here. I will obviously be tapping those. Haters gonna say it's fake. So real. All my haters gonna say it's fake. So real. Got my mouth full of McDonald's fries right now. No, this ain't the clean version. What you gonna do with all that beef? Cooking up a mean service? I don't know why those are in my pocket. Kid, if you happen to be near a ma'am, I've put some hard drives into the dim dep. Feel free to start scanning them whenever you get by. I've used the blueprint once in my entire life. Behold the one thing I've ever done with the blueprint gun. It is a floor that's got 6 batteries wired into it. And its entire purpose is so that I can rapidly build battery towers. I'm sorry, Riza, every time you try that command, you type a different command that's not correct. I could have made that copper powder thing easier, technically. But, like... why would I? It's this weird problem where if I put in the effort to make it, like, if I put in the effort to build a section of an automation system that I'm designing, it would take me too much time to design that and then place it and line them all up and make them connect, versus just, like, manually doing that. And I only ever build any one design once. No, I don't know what signal towers are talking about, Bull. Hate is gonna say it's fake. So real. Oh, this is gonna have to be an... this can't be a doofy line. I'm gonna have to make this actual real. Yeah, you just go to a place and you place... It's a single building. How did you make that more complicated? Why did you make that more complicated? No. Hey, y'all want to see the most haunted cave in the game? It's that. It's that right there. We cleared it out, but it's got multiple power slugs, fart rocks, and a bunch of spiders in it. Cave is haunted as shit. Average cave in Australia versus the most haunted cave on Hoxie's. Bada-bop. Bop, bada-bop. Yeah, 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 yeah. It should be like right here-ish. I think. Geysers. There's one there. So the other one is that. Okay. Infrastructure free power. Love for free. Come on, baby. Spin me till we're dizzy, dizzy. Ba-ba-da-bop. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-da. Wow! Can I catch myself? Woo! I'm a genius. Alright, what are we looking at here? Probably not much. Deep down, girl. What? Why am I at Costco Pizza? Ah! Gather round, gather round. Oh, Jesus. Something, something near a snack, something, something. Yeah, good enough. Grab on, baby. Spin me, dizzy, dizzy. Is that at least... yeah. Just to avoid conveyor lining literally all the resources I need to an area. The whole, I need trucks. Oh, roads would be good. I have a problem with roads. I have this huge problem with roads. I despise building roads in Satisfactory systems. Everything is not flat. There is no flat. Anywhere you go, you are dealing with terrain. And, like, It would be one thing if I could just pull out a tool and, like, literally spray on cement and just make a road. Like, the train works okay for this. I'll show you exactly what I mean. When the railway is flat, it's flat. However, when it goes down a hill, it just goes down the hill. And I mean, it's not perfect. It will sometimes do this, and it'll arc up a little bit. But, like, why is there not, like, at the bare minimum, you can make a railroad look good. Why is there not a road tool to do that same thing? I feel like sometimes I get the feeling that the team really didn't want people making, like, super pretty, super clean factories when they made Satisfactory. Like, at the end of the day, what they actually wanted us to be doing is focusing on efficiency and math and nonsense like that. And they weren't really worried about, like, oh, we want all of our roads to be clean, and we want our trucks to drive straight lines, and we want to be able to, like, build these nice, clean, crisp factories. There's not a furniture tab in the shop, and the, like, in your crafting thing. There's no furniture. There's architecture, and they've got some decorative items, but not a lot. Because that just... Ow. 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 What the fuck? Bruh. I definitely wasn't in your aggro range, you piece of shit. Bro, it's like trying to track a Mario enemy. What the fuck?
Hunger?
Be right. Morning. Every morning drive.
Harvest.
These sounds fall into my mind. Kablooey!
Weakness.
No, I love rock rubble actually creating a field around other rocks that prevents them from exploding because all of our bombs go off in sequence. That's such a good design element. Please do more of that. I don't really carry those around with me. I'm gonna have to clean up my inventory soon. Ugh. Oh, actually, I didn't come up here for that. I came up here for you. Reveal unto me the truth. The truth is, there's more geysers out here. There's a lot more geysers out here. What a fuck? I never completed my secret evil plan to make high-speed connectors available. And that's on me. I know. I'm gonna have to manually craft 200 of them out in the field. I'm not any happier about it than you are. Video game. I swear to God. I have to toggle take from inventory before depot, like, literally all the goddamn time. I don't know why take from depot before inventory is even an option. That's a dog water option. My pockets. Oh, man. Is that nuclear pasta in my pocket? What's that doing in there? That is. I've been running around the desert carrying nuclear pasta around. Hi, Kay. Thank you, Steel and Kay, for the treats. Let me go grab them. Ooh, here's your Diet Coke, Kay. Hey, I am still foaming at the mouth about the art you posted today. I'm just letting you know I'm still foaming. If I could at least get to 50, I could go do 2 of these geysers, and then I could let the stockpile redo. It's so smart. Oh. I might leave him there, because he's kind of useful for right now. There's not going to be much up that way. I could go and put one over there. This area is revealed because Kit launched herself across the cosmos once. Even with all of our exploration, you can still see where you fired yourself into the fucking stratosphere, Kit. Oh, I don't want to do geysers. Okay, I'm going to leave him up there. I think he's actually fine there for now. How much power do these losers use? Because if it's a lot, I'm going to be mad. 30 megawatts isn't a ton. I can work with that. He can stay there. Oh my god, it's so good, Kay! I got art calmed back in December, and I'll eventually have art. Imagine looking at Satisfactory and thinking, you know what this could use? Extraction shooter. Bro, just go play Ark or something, dude. Like, what are you even doing out here? Bro, go back to playing Rust. Okay. Crafting bench. Boink. Fucking Looney Tunes ass construction out here, but I ain't give a fuck. Look at this. Boink. What am I wasting all my resources on out here? A normal geyser and a normal geyser. Well, so fucking be it. And I'm stuck in loop. These guys are 1 to 3? Yeah, 100 to 300. Oh my god, is that my... Whoa, what happened to our fucking power lines, kid? We got a problem in the system somewhere. What the? Oh, is that the nuclear pasta? Oh my god, I hate that. Go look at a power pole real quick. Look at what the power line is doing. Look at our max consumption. What's it doing? Why is he doing that? That's maximum consumption. He shouldn't be going anywhere. He shouldn't be doing that. You aren't supposed to have dips in maximum consumption. Why did he just spike? What the fuck is that? Oh, he wiggly. Consumption should spike. Capacity should technically spike because capacity is tied to our geysers, which produce differently. But what's going on with our maximum consumption? It's because the game doesn't calculate your look. I'll show y'all. Actually, I might not be able to do it this way, but I'm gonna try. I'm out of supercomputers. This guy right here. If you put a recipe into this man, if you put the nuclear pasta recipe into this man, I'll show you the nuclear pasta recipe, okay? This recipe, power usage, 500 to 1,500 megawatts. That is the particle accelerator spins up and then winds down over the course of a production multiple times. While it's doing that, its power usage goes up and then goes back down. That explains why the power usage is doing those spikes. Those are our particle accelerator spiking. But when you're looking at the max consumption and you're going, wait a minute, why is that changing? Its max consumption should always say 1,500, right? Because that's what nuclear pasta's maximum power consumption is. No. Whenever a particle accelerator is in the off state, whenever it's not producing something, it sets its power usage to the highest value it has in any of its recipes. It doesn't set it to the highest value of the current recipe. It sets it to the highest value of all recipes. So if you're using a recipe that's its maximum power usage is lower than another recipe, every time it's in between crafts, it will spike. I don't know why it does this. That has to be a bug. There's no way that's intentional. That's stupid. That's not the way that shouldn't calculate that way. That doesn't make any goddamn sense. I don't know why it's designed that way, but that is in fact how it's programmed. I'm convinced that's a bug that they just haven't caught because that doesn't make any goddamn sense to me. Okay, there's a geyser here. Why did I tell myself that there were 4 geysers? Did I hallucinate a 4th geyser? I hallucinated a 4th geyser. Those 2. And then it should ping another one over that way. Eventually. Oh, there's... The hell's going on over in there? And then there's one up there. Oh, Jesus. Okay, those are going to be probably off the main line. That guy's almost closer to the fucking factory. I don't know, man. You're about to, like... You're about to violate the causality of space-time, so, like... One of us has to be thinking about power consumption. Why are those pinned when they are definitely... Are those in radar range? Roughly. I think that a radar around here actually does make sense. I'm gonna plug one in and leave it down there. No, Dr. Placeholder! No, don't replace me with the placeholder! Please, I like my art! Don't replace me with the placeholder asset! Ah! Chad, I've been replaced with a placeholder asset. Please punch Dr. Placeholder repeatedly. Good, keep punching him. Get his ass. You're getting him, you're getting him, trust me. That needs some feedback, hang on. I don't have a sound for it right now, but we'll do this. Get his ass. All of those work. Every one of those typings works. There's feedback now. Oh, that I don't even have that enabled, Kay. It shouldn't be doing that to you. That's so annoying. I need to go into my settings and see if I can turn that off then, because I shouldn't have that on. No, it's definitely an option because Doc Placeholder is weak to being punched repeatedly by a bunch of patrons. Well, yes, technically many villains are weak to that, but still Dr. Placeholder is defeated and all is right at the Squid Easy once again. I am no longer a placeholder. Y'all didn't expect me to replace the placeholder asset with an actual placeholder boss fight, did you? You weren't ready for that. Welcome back, Autumn.
No.
What an annoying feature. VIPs ignore it, but I can't toggle that off for normal people for some reason. Liz cute? No. Incorrect. Oh, well, okay. Get shouted out. Steel was playing Dredge based. Tree! Wow, it didn't push me off the line. That's impressive. Okay, cute. Everyone go follow Kay. I do think I'm going to put one out in here somewhere. No, it's many strategies, fantasies. What world is this? Hey man, how's it going? Rude. I do too. I don't know why I haven't gotten around to it. It's supposedly the best thing they've done since Plastic Beach. Oh. I put them away because I don't like carrying them around with me. A terrible throw, Liz. Get in there. Yeah, the people are saying that it's one of the best albums they've done in a very long time. A huge part of why is that this album consists of a lot of tracks that they've been cooking for, like, years, and they just, like, actually haven't been able to do. There's an artist who died something like half a decade ago, like 6 or 7 years ago, and apparently he recorded lines for a rap with the Gorillaz like a decade back, and they just never finished the track. And so this person who has been a part of the Gorillaz albums for years and years and years, and who did record a song with them that never got finished, they went back and they finished it, and that's one of the songs on here. So, like, there's a couple of instances of people who have recorded with the Gorillaz before that it just... Because that's really common with artists. You record stuff sometimes years before it actually does come out, and all of those things, like they can release it whenever they want, but they don't always get around to it. They don't always choose to. It doesn't always fit with, like, what their agent is looking to push at the time, or what the band is interested in pushing at the time, sort of stuff. So, like, there's all kinds of things that can make it so that a specific track doesn't come out for a long, long time. I guess this album is just, like, full of tracks like that. And it feels like, in a lot of ways, it's sort of the best of the Gorillaz for the last 20 years have all been condensed in one spot. Yeah. That was a big push for it, was to, like, because what this album is about is, hey, humans have been making art for thousands and thousands of years. We don't need a machine to do it for us. There is absolutely no reason we need a machine to do this shit for us. This is what we are capable of without that garbage. This is what we're capable of without AI. That's the point of the album. And so it's got a bunch of their collabs with artists they never finished working with, that have been polished and finished and put out, to remember all of the people who got us here. Like, that's one of the points of the album, and it shows. They are super, super committed to that message. So yes, we should all check out the new Gorillaz album, apparently. Shake that ass for me. Shake that ass for me. Shake that ass for me. I'm over here trying to sell you all the new Gorillaz album, and Shake That Ass for Me is playing in the background. I apologize. Oh, Hippo, Bippo, Dippo. Thank you for the care package, Risa. Infrastructure is easy. No, child! Infrastructure is easy. Where it's like, hey, Liz, go build a train station out here. Hey, Liz, go put a power line to this place. Hey, Liz, go set up some radio towers to scan the environment. Like, that stuff I find really easy to do. I don't have a problem with infrastructure. But then if you ask me to do something like setting up a factory, if you ask me to, like, you give me a bunch of resources and you're like, hey, figure out which of these we need and what we want to turn them into and stuff, I can't, I freeze up. I've got access to the whole desert and I don't know what I'm doing with it. I don't know what resources we need. I don't know what infrastructure is required. I could build a train out here. Actually, are you stupid busy or kind of busy? If I asked you for a small side project, would you be able to do that? Glad for me. All I know is build tower. See, why does the catism always on topic? Why is it that whenever you ask for a catism, it's always on topic? You literally said making a factory in the factory game, and Kat said, all I know is build Tower of Babel and lie. She knows. I'm not gonna need it for a while, is the thing. But I want you to be, like, kind of semi-consciously aware of its necessity. I'm gonna build a train out here somewhere, which will allow me to use trucks to take all of these resources and bring them into an area. I think this train is probably going to run down this way and through the old factory, and then possibly up through the mountains to get back. I would like to design and build this train track because there's an achievement for placing 5 kilometers of train tracks, so I would like to do that. However, when I go to do that, I would love if you would build the station in this region somewhere so that I know where to drop stuff off. I don't know where we want it. I don't know what resources I'm going to produce out here. I don't know what I'm going to be importing or exporting. I think what's likely, I will probably try to automate more components for our fuel rods out here. And then I'm probably going to try to import fuel rod components to Lyser. I think that's probably the most likely thing we're going to need out here. I don't know. I mean, if you asked me to make cubes out here, I could make cubes, but would you know where you'd want them? Because I could build a train to anywhere if you wanted it. I think only importing. I don't think it makes sense to export anything out here. I think this area just needs to be self-sufficient. Its only purpose is to automate components to simplify things back at the main base. Are there things we can strip out of Lyser that I could automate out here in order to reduce the amount of infrastructure at Lyser? Probably. So, like, maybe that's my long-term goal, is to, like, make fuel rods and shit over here and send them to Lyser so that Lyser only has to do the post-fuel rod refinement. Maybe I'll look into that. But just as a heads up, I do intend to build a big rail through this area just to bring resources back to the main base from out here. I don't know where it's going after that. Probably, if I put the station, like, here-ish, you could probably build a truck line down to Lyser, and then I could probably run it up this way to get it back out. Through there, maybe? It's going to be a mess anyway. Anyway I cut it, it's going to be a mess. Oh, I know. I mean, I'll say it again. If there are resources you want me to automate to make whatever you're doing easier, let me know and I'll make them out here. Lose your entire weekend bundle on Steam. DRG, Valheim, and Satisfactory. True. Bundle triggered pork bun. Is this? Oh my god, it totally is. I think there's a... Oh, I know what I'm going to want to do. Okay. It's not going to really... I mean... It's really not going to matter where it goes to. Like I was saying, I think it would be really easy to build a station around this area. If there's a flat area here that we can, where we could automate a truck line down to Lizer. This little ridge here? I think that's quitter talk. Well, isn't that... Because that's my... I've got a little factory right here, right? There's shit all over the place. Look, it doesn't matter. Point is, this area... We have these things called foundations. If an area isn't flat, you can just make it flat. We need not sheer cliffs, and we need not a ton of vegetation. That's what flat is. We can force it to be flat. Would you be able to run a truck from this region to Lizer? Anywhere here. It does not matter. Do you need me to move the train all the way down here to have space? Yeah, that's where I was tagging. I know my tags are geographically literally right here, but like, if you zoom out, they're covering a region. You have still not answered the question. Would it be feasible to run a truck line down that way? Is there enough space with the train in the way? I will be bringing in the train this direction. I do not care where it goes. I can make it go down to the old factory if you want. I can make it go up to this plateau if you want. I can bring it around to this lake if you want. When I'm done, I will probably go up this way, and like I'll try to figure out a way to get it up through this mess, but that'll be future Liz's problem. So if that's where you want the station, cool. Again, this is like a future project. There won't be a train running through here for another 10 hours, so oh, I know what I gotta do. We didn't have the power infrastructure for me to be building 300 train lines and 200 different fucking factories out here right now. So that's got to be my first priority, is getting our power infrastructure upgraded. I think that I'll probably fly off if I'm ziplining. That's fine. I don't even like where that is. Okie doke. If I put you here, will I hate you? Probably not. I guess it's fine. It's not really the preferred method of transit these days anyway, so... Oh, that's actually a really good spot for you, right there. Okay, if I'm not crazy, this should be where I build my original steel factory. It is. I don't know if I plan to build a steel factory here again. Because it would also be great to build power here. That's the big thing about oil and coal, is like, it would be so easy to build, to like go find every coal line on the map and then just say, congratulations, you're a coal plant now. But then you need more steel later and you screw yourself if you do that. And it's the same with oil. It's so easy to be like, I'll just build 30 fuel plants, and then you don't have any oil when you need plastic, which just blows. And so you've kind of... You end up like, at least for me, I end up like leaving them unoccupied. Which is its own problem. Organizing your conveyor belts, huh, Bull? Did it work? Okay. Really, bro? Again, a hearty, was it worth it to you? Stick. Bull, look. Stick. Out in the middle of nowhere. Stick. Isn't that the geyser I just tapped? Yeah, I swear that's the geyser I just tapped. I might be going insane. Oh, there's oil up here, too. Ooh. Okay, what I want to do then... Do I want you here? I don't know how much overlap you have with that guy, but that's probably fine. I want to put one up that way, which is on that side, along this crap, so that I can see all that area over there. Which should be up there. Whoa! What's up with that? That's odd. Is that on your map too, or is my map Wigan? On my screen, do you see this weird, like, dotted line where it didn't properly scan? Is that on your map? Huh. Well, let me see if I can fix that. What about me is built so wrong? So much trash, but more I'm lacking. I wish that I could. But I falter on the forethought. I keep on running like a chicken with his head cut off. A bird brain, baby, I don't think that I'm supposed to stop. Put my hand up on the chopping block. A bird brain, baby, I don't know when it is coming off. Oh. This song was literally transformative for me. Uranium Mountain. That mountain's got uranium in it. It's Monkey. Oh, never. I can't sing for beans. If I'm going to sing something, I'm at least going to sing something in my register. This is way above my register. I wouldn't be able to. You might get like a really bad karaoke version at some point on stream, but it's going to suck and I'm not recording it. I don't mind singing badly casually, but I'm not going to record that shit. Hey man, how's it going? Look at this incredibly detailed little bug dude. What's going on, man? Huh. Anyway. Is it all for a show? In the golden hour you seem to know no fear. Is it really true that a bird like me could never think like you? Back pain? There's a different version that's back pain, actually. Someone wrote a cover of it for back pain, and we already have Teto singing the back pain cover. That does exist. Oh, okay. Oh, my penis! Ah! Actual lyrics. Ah, oh God, ow, my penis. Ah. Teto, 2026. I do want to put it further in. Oh, God. Yeah, there's no way, huh? God, rocket fuel really opens the entire map up. Like, it's just over once you have rocket fuel. Oh man. Bad place. Yeah, man. I'll tell you what, you were not dealing with. I don't have a response for those uranium rocks, but I don't have to take the shit from you. You're vulnerable to bullets. Cal, would you say everything is running satisfactory? Yo, dog. I can't ping it. It's too far away. Is that... Kit, I can see the elevator for the Rocket Labs from here. That's the Rocket Labs elevator. Holy shit. We're very smart, Steel. I just... Like, I'm constantly impressed by this game because Icarus is running in the same engine. Icarus is running in the same engine on the same tools, doing all the same stuff, and on the, like, bare minimum settings, it keeps crashing my RAM on my computer. And meanwhile, Satisfactory on high settings, while streaming, can render whatever biome you're in, whatever biome I'm in, and show me buildings that are literally thousands of meters away from me. And, like, yeah, I'm having some lag out here for sure. But, like, holy shit. This game is way more stable than, like, any other indie game on fucking Unreal I've ever worked on. I'm perpetually impressed by how well Satisfactory does run, all things considered. Okay, I hope you don't mind if I'm doing some exploring. That wasn't my intention to fill in the whole goddamn map. I just am getting the lay of the land out here. If you want to take a break from automating to do some exploriating, you are also welcome to do so. I'm actually pretty committed to getting our power infrastructure increased. I just wanted to get a sense of what my options were. There's a shit ton of oil out here. Holy fuck! We're gonna need to build some, like, defenses on this beach to keep America out, because that's dangerous. That's a dangerous amount of oil to have on a beach. Anyway, if anyone here is familiar with Plastic Beach, the album by the girls, I think it's actually, it might be before, it's before Plastic Beach, isn't it? Yeah, it's from, holy shit, it's from Demon Days. On the album Demon Days, there's a song called Fire Coming Out of the Monkey's Head. And it's a goofy song. It's a very strange experimental song. I have a fondness of it. But one of the themes of it is that these islanders worship this volcano that's like a mountain, and they call it Monkey. And these strangers move amongst them, and they find that there's magic oil, there's magic ore of some kind of important resource inside of Monkey. And they start mining out the mountain. And because they mine all of the important resources out of it, there's a giant empty space, and the mountain of Monkey fills that space with lava because it doesn't have anything else to put in there. And so the earth gets mad and erupts and destroys all of the people because of the greedy strangers that wanted the resources. That is immediately what I am naming this mountain is Monkey, because it's a giant tall mountain in the middle of nowhere with a bunch of uranium in it. I'm calling it Monkey, and I'm going to build a rocket lab there. I'm going to automate fuel rods at it. Okay. So we're going to try to zipline back over to here and hit that geyser at the very least. Yeah, I knew I'd pop off one of these lines. Oh, I can't look at Monkey from this angle because the stupid cable's in the way. That's it right there. Okay. I should be near one... Yeah, right here. He's going to be down on the ground. I bet you the easiest way to get a line down is just going to be to build off of this guy. And just go down the mushrooms. He should be right in that pool. That's him right there. Shoot. Those are going to be in the way. Okay. Your power, baby. Is that... What? What's our power consumption doing now? It's modulating faster and faster. What does this mean? That's so weird. That's so weird. I don't know what that means. I don't know why it's like that. It's excited about something. It's a game about automating oil lines so that you can build more box factories. It shouldn't be as pretty as it is. Look at this. Like, chat. Look at this. I'm supposed to see this vista, and I'm supposed to put power lines through it? Okay. Back door is up again, folks. Donk. Burrito. Brother, are you for real with me? No, you don't even get bullets. No, you ain't even worth bullets. Come here. Loser. Hey, I don't know if y'all know this. I've never even watched Redline. So I don't know anything about it other than it's technically a racing anime. And I've seen a scene where a dude says, "Fire the weapon at Funky Boy!" And then they fire a giant orbital laser, and there's a big dude, and his name is Funky Boy, and he explodes. And that's all I know about Redline. What's important is it has one of the best soundtracks in anime of all time ever. What the fuck? Why is this fucking... Why is its soundtrack go so hard? I get it. When you're doing a racing anime, you kind of have to have a soundtrack go hard. I do get that. I respect the hustle. If you're doing racing, for racing above all other genres, you got to get the sound right. I know that. I recognize that. But how is this legal? How is it legal to rock this hard? Bro, you are in the weirdest location of any of these stupid geothermal vents. Oh, goodness. Excuse me. Where do you think the closest power line to me is? Oh, it's totally that sulfur up there. It must be, because that sulfur's tapped, so... Ugh. That's too long? Oh my god. Well, this is gonna be a hike. Oh, hey, man. I love those dudes, but they got some freaky-ass faces on them. Have you, like, gotten a close look at the front of one of the manta rays, Kit? They are creepy. Hey man, how's it going? This way. Wire too long right there. And plugged in. Okay, so he's part of the Rocket Lab's power supply now. Oh, you know what? Shoot. I saw a Mercer Sphere on the way up here. I should grab it. It ain't in here, but just real quick check. Hey, bro. Yeah, unrelated Mercer Sphere.
Witness a single strand of the tapestry.
Uh-huh. Okay. That's the one I saw. Yep, there it is. Okay, a couple more Mercer Spheres. We're short spheres for our research at this point, yeah? That's like actually it too. Oh, there's some kind of alien power matrix? Singularity cell. Okay. So that's your jam. We should have the power cells for that. We can also manufacture them now. So we need 23 total. We have 12. Okay. Well, I got us another 3, I guess. There's that one up there, and then I'm pretty sure I tapped that one, and I don't know why the grid for it hasn't updated. Nut. Look like a calm, peaceful place to chill for a moment, chat. There you go. You get to enjoy... Oh, I can't do that. Can I tab out without it starting that? Yeah. You get to enjoy this nice coastal region, I guess. What's that? And then... I'll find us some music. Put the music back on. Y'all can appreciate... Thank you for the care package, Autumn. This beautiful vista while I'd take a quick trip to the bathroom. Ugh. He... I'm kind of in the mood for... Let's put it back on that smooth jazz. I think that was nice. It was nice factory music for a little while. We'll do some smooth jazz for a bit. Oh, yeah, see? Lo-fi ass fucking stream here. Check that. Funky as hell. Why is Squirmit Dance kind of synced up to it, though? Okay. I want high-speed connectors and power. And I think I can have both of those if I pick an oil line and tap the damn thing. Thank you, Autumn. So I'm gonna go get this geyser. Oh, hi, Mercer's here. You don't mind if I... Thanks, buddy. Boot. Okay. I'll probably just run him over that way. I could... Actually, that's true. Well, we haven't had tonight's snack. I usually don't eat them until after I've finished dinner. I should probably finish dinner, given that I've been streaming for 2 hours now. So this is the problem with starting stream when I still have food. I tell myself, if you start stream, you can, like, eat while you're getting stream ready and, like, while you're doing intro and stuff. And then, you know, you'll be done and you could play the game or whatever. That never happens. The moment I start streaming, I forget that I have food and it just sits there all stream.
Longer?
Oh, just barely long enough. Hey, Az, welcome in. How's it going, bud? Oh, hey, man. I'm doing pretty darn good, I suppose. I could... Oh, I wonder. Okay. I did tap that one. I'm not crazy. Oh, it's because there's a second one that I just didn't even notice. That's why it's been complaining. Because it turns out I am dumb. You're still doing your... Magic Void thingamajigs, Kit? Are you paying attention to how much power your Magic Void thingamajigs are using? They're all at the same lab, right? Does that lab have, like, a lot of power connections in and out? It might be possible, I don't know if you'd consider it a hassle, to make it so that there's one singular power input to the whole lab, and have it so that goes through one of those priority power switches, so that if the lab ends up using too much power, it shuts off before anything else. And then I wouldn't be worried about the power consumption at the lab, because if it ever goes over, then we'll just fix it to bring the lab back on. Oh, wait. Put in the effort to build one of those, and then I didn't. I'm about to go and make a fuel depot for power reasons, so it might resolve all of our issues. Oh, gotcha, gotcha. One sec. Is that sulfur in quartz purification? Is that what that is? Sulfur into water? Or sulfuric acid into water? If so, Nitric acid. That's not the worst thing in the world. You're the one who's done all of our quartz. Do you think that would be useful for quartz? Does that give us better options for it? If not, I say recycle, because I still don't like aluminum rods. No? Okay. Yeah, you can shuffle it. It's geothermal down, and I'll take a look at what our shuffle option is. I always have a hard time deciding where I want them oriented. Okay. Ooh, both of those have like possibility. You want to just grab the radio control one? I feel like we're past the points where like plate automation is even an issue. Radio controls are annoying, so anything that gives us more options with those could be useful. So I'm not going to turn down those. Okay, yeah, our consumption is getting like really high because the stuff you're working with is very power hungry. So just kind of be aware of that. Wait, wasn't the last one the kitchen? How did it do the kitchen twice? That's bizarre. Maybe I didn't program in kitchen fatigue. Bruh. Full screen games that don't want to let go of your fucking cursor. Go get some food, Az. Yeah, there is. I should really have programmed it this way anyway. I will never be able to know if that system is working correctly. I just have to trust that I programmed those correctly, because I mean, clearly I did something wrong, because it just did the kitchen 2 times in a row. You made them out back behind the pit, but I don't know that you ran them anywhere from there. I think we might have used them for they might be going into the train for the radio control units or something like that. They're next to the garage thing. You built a little factory down there. Kit, you are delightful. Yes. What? Because you're delightful. What? I don't have to explain myself. I just get a laugh every time that you're like, hey Liz, did you ever automate insert thing here? And I'm like, you automated insert thing here. And you're like, oh yeah. Oh, I did build a whole factory for that. It just makes me laugh every time. All right. We feeling freedom tonight? Chat? Feeling like liberating some folks? Too close to my factory, dweeb. Out of this house. Gotta do that like a bunch of times, huh? These are really weirdly spaced. Why would you guys not line up? How strange. Oh, maybe they do. Okay, they do. Okay. How bizarre. Why are you... I guess because of where I spaced them over there. I could... fix that, I suppose. Oh, you know, actually, I like that idea. Okay. Another one. Skedaddle, away from the perimeter fence. Winter storm starts tomorrow at 7 p.m., but apparently it will last until Monday 4 p.m., which sucks. Also, my preferred brand for nicotine is banned until they fix something, so I'm using something else that costs the same but has like half the use time. Brutal. I'm sorry to hear that. Okay. Yeah, sounds too much like effort to me, too. It's weird how sometimes starting something is effort, and then other times stopping something is effort. Dumb monkey brains. A stupid favor for me, Kit. It would be real handy, but it's gonna be dumb. Do you think you could find which concrete thing is going to the dim dep and double check it? Because I don't think we upgraded its input. It looks like we're only getting 60 a minute on the concrete dim dep. Is it because we're not producing enough concrete? And not because the dim dep is... Because we sometimes use quite a bit very quickly. I can make a better concrete factory if you want to move the dim dep somewhere more consistent. Yeah, that's probably not running efficiently. I'll make us a better one and we can move the dim depth. How's that sound? Okay. I wonder if I can do that down here. There should be plenty of limestone. It's all going to be up there, though. It's okay. Just go do that now. Because I am going to need it for this stupid thing. Okay. Hey, buddy. All right, that's a normal deposit. I think there's a couple others over here. If I can find a pure, normal, him. Ha ha! Ugh. Sorry. As you know, I cannot fire off a depth charge without also pinging because they're on the same button. Alright, where are you at? Normal. Next time you're near the lagoon, could you snake, like, a couple stacks of supercomputers and just cram them into the, dim dep? Grab a couple stacks of supercomputers and cram them in the dim dep. Or set up a dim dep for supercomputers if you'd like. I don't use them very often, but they're used to make tier 3 drills. So we do actually need them dim depped at some point. Thank you. No rush. The Satisfactory. The dog. Hi, Cam. Oh, that sucks. What are you up to today, Cam? Shooting people. Me too, believe it or not. You might think this is a factory game, but actually... it's secretly just a really, really long-form extraction shooter. Okay, so 15... 30... So it's 60 for 4 of them. As a matter of fact, Kit's built multiple nuclear warheads in this game. They do exactly what you think they do. They kill people really good. No. We drop down onto a planet in drop pods. We gather as many resources from the surface of the planet as fast as we can, killing anyone or anything that gets in the way. It is a PvE extraction shooter. There's no other players, but we kill all the hostile wildlife that gets in the way, and then we load it onto the space elevator and bail as soon as we get all the stuff we need. It's just that an average playthrough takes 200 hours. But at the same time, I mean, structurally, it's an extraction shooter. It's just got, like, Fortnite building in it. That'd be 120 if I could supply it. But what's... like 300... I'd need 360 concrete? Which I guess I could do with power cells. Well, if I put a plant on a second one, that I think that takes care of it. So each of these is... Oh, I don't want to do math. 30, 60. Yeah. I think my math should be correct. I shouldn't need to do any more of it. Do I want to customize or these? The answer is yes, but also I wouldn't be able to fit them in if I did. Will you be out of my way? No, you won't. I don't have enough concrete to build the concrete factory. That's so fucked up. Oh, portable miner. Okay. Hi, Cabo Babo. How you feeling? Kit is doing evil science at the evil science factory. And as a result, I am attempting to increase power production so that Kit's evil science doesn't annihilate our infrastructural grid. Alas. Yeah, I was gonna see if you and Kit wanted to do a bit of orcs tonight, but since you're not in the mood, I think Kit's more than happy to do Satisfactory in the meantime. Apple juice for Cabo. You accidentally scratched the paint of the Mad Mage Marnabas's 2006 lime green Toyota Corolla. He screams out, "I curse you with the burden of knowing." You gain knowledge experience.
Bonger?
Hey, Rhyme, how it do? Hmm. Congrats, Kippo. Okay. Also, the Holy Summer Sloop. Behold, chat. It's the funny S. This is the most important item in all of Satisfactory, and it's the funny S. Oh, it speaks to me.
Time for a new melody?
Yes, actually, this might be a strange question, but it could give me invaluable insight. What, according to you, is the shape of our universe?
It is a donut within a void within a donut within a void within a donut within the shallows, which is a ball of string wrapped around itself to contain the infinite deep within the inside-out string, with windows and doors and a limbless body subdividing to one resonance.
I should have waited with this question.
Yo, the funniest. I love the Mega's emotes are just so good because of the little creature. That point is like my favorite. Creature. Yeah, same. That one's so good. Okay, I think first of all, let's get this guy cleaned up so we can get him installed. I'm gonna leave that there. I'm gonna... Okay. Yeah, we're getting close. Light on. Organization. No. Logistics. Floor hole. Make sure that's the correct lineup. That is... Okay. So... It's gonna be... It should be in the same spot, all of these. And we gotta figure out the... Do you have the same lineup? You have the same lineup, I think. Okay. And then we have to have an exit port. Is that correct? That looks correct. And then your... Okay. Bruh. Get your chunky ass body out of my factory. Wait, why the fuck not? Boys better be not be behaving weirdly here. I think that's perfect. No, be normal. Moms do sometimes be just like, why are you not normal? My mother in Christ, you dictated the genetic code. What the fuck is wrong with you? Yeah, I heard that one a lot too. Okay, I think, as weird as this is gonna seem... $10, please. we're going to go into power. We're going to get a double outlet. We're going to plug him there. He's going to go to that pole. Put him in there. Okay, and I can finish that in a minute when I'm done. Okay, 240. 120. Hello? There we go. Hey man, do you mind if I borrow you? Thanks. $360. And then it's fine. Okay, mergers. Hello? Don't fight with me now. Okay. So it's going to be 15, 30, 45, 60. That's 360. Which is going to be split into 180, 180. Pointed you wrong because I'm stupid. Okay, so 180, 45 and 45 is 90. So that's... We're just going to go ahead and do the rundown rather than do the math work. But it's going to be 45 into each. It's 45, 90, you. Okay, those should be getting their parts now. You are gonna be 180, so I don't have to do the math. Worry about it upgrading the system later, as long as it's at max efficiency now. Okay. How many outlets do you need? Roger. Also, whenever you've got a second, you can unplug the dim depth from the other concrete. Once this saturates, we should make, which it'll take a hot second for it to saturate, especially if I'm using it. But once it saturates, we'll have 120 per minute from this source. Which is probably better than whatever we're getting right now. Oh, thank you, Kit. Honestly, yeah, that's perfect. Perfect. Just a little concrete shack out in the middle of the desert, mass producing concrete by itself and then running it into a dim dep. Very funny. Okay, depending on how many alkalids you need, we might be able to split off some from the heat sink factory for nuclear. But if you need enough that is going to be dangerous, we don't have any to spare anywhere else, which means I may need to make you a 4th aluminum factory. I think you should. I think that Mercer Sphere is better used somewhere else. That thing is adding like 1 every 20 minutes. Oh, Bull, you missed it? Hang on, Bull, I got you. No, it'll just fill a container and then it'll shut off. I mean, you can dismantle it if you want, but it's fine if there's just a container of concrete out in the middle of nowhere. That happens a lot in these factories. Here, I gotta go show this to Bull for Bull's satisfaction. Here you go, Bull. You know what this concrete box in the middle of the desert is? That's right, baby. That's all it does. This is the whole thing. An entire factory for one purpose and one purpose only. And that purpose, baby, is concrete. But yeah, you can take it apart if you want. you could leave it there because it's just gonna fill a box with concrete and then stop serving a purpose. Because it won't run if it's not, you know, actively making concrete. And you never know. Maybe we need to revise it and use it for something at the old factory at some point. But thank you, Kit. I'd have to go redo my math to tell you if I could spare that at the factory. Because I don't know how many are being eaten by the heat sinks, and I don't know how many heat sinks we're making, is the problem. If you want to do the math and check, that's probably the best way to do it, is to run off from there. I don't know about transit. If you want me to make a aluminum factory out here, I definitely can. Did I olive drab this plaque of concrete? Brother, why? Because I can do another aluminum factory out here and then put it onto that train I was planning to build, but that's like a long ways out. Although it would be probably easier to run that train to your lab than it would be to run the other alkylids to the lab.
Milestone reached. The Blueprint Designer Mark III allows for 20% increased blueprint size in all dimensions, for an overall 71.2% increase in volume. Sadly, I doubt we will see equivalent increases in your efficiency.
Jesus. One, it's a little large, which I guess is a good thing. But also, like... Yeah, I guess it is bigger than the other ones. Those material costs... Nah, space fleas are a bane on the existence of all of us. Let's see. How do I want to design this?
Nom.
Thank you for the care package and the treat, Autumn. Kat, would you hate me if I ran and got a V8 out of the fridge? I'm gonna go get a V8 out of the fridge. Do I want a fruit V8 or do I want to do one of the vegetable ones? I don't drink enough of the vegetable ones. We'll do a vegetable one. I can get a fruit one later if I want to. Okay. Actually, I think that is what I'm going to want here. So something like this. Two of those down. Yeah. Do this way. Inner walls. Eat. Hell yeah. Material. Asphalt. You need some kind of beam in here, is what it needs. Yeah, that's exactly what it needs. Yeah, if we've got a spare for it. Actually, I think we have AI limiters dim depth. That's in the factory, right? Oh, we don't have them dim depth. It's inside of the factory and it's just filling up with spares. In the supercomputer factory, that is. Yup. Uh-huh. Is it in the is it in the supercomputer factory? Okay. And it's it does have inputs, I assume. It's not just a box sitting in the middle of nowhere. Then yeah, I probably intended to put a thingy on it when I had spares, or when we like had extra Mercer spheres and just never got around to it. Do we use AI limiters ever? If you use them regularly, or like even just rarely, go ahead and put a dim depth if you want it. I haven't been like hurting for them, so. I'm not worried about them, but if you are, that's fine. It's honestly pretty funny. All right, Kit. What are your thoughts on the American military base I made outside of the oil? Damn. Yeah, for real. Yeah, I want that. Yeah, I think so. You know, just in case and just in case any of those show up. Needs to be a few more metal containers doubling as either bunks or command centers. Yeah, I wish I had a couple more decorative pieces. I could probably set up... Let's see. Let's steal you. Logistics. Couple more of those. Yeah, what's up with the lagoon? Definitely not making enough for the supercomputers. How is it backing up? It's not backing up because the computers are also not making enough. I didn't have the plastics to make full supercomputers. So my goal was to make as much as I could and then just let the math do what it does. So I made the backup for the high-speed connectors in the hope that it would fill a container that we could steal from, because we already have computer storage at the whatever carbon plateau. So it's okay if we don't have any extra computers from there, but I did want, if we could, to have extra high speeds. Yeah, I mean, there's not enough supercomputers to do much of anything. What exactly are you doing at the lab? Okay. Um, take a look. Both of which we're going to have to get working in order to have access to the expansion servers. Oh, Jesus, they all require a quantum encoder. The outclads aren't the worst thing in the world. The absolute worst case scenario is that I just have to build a factory over here for outclads and I run them back in the train I'm planning to build. I don't know what to tell you about the supercomputers. You're not squeezing 3 supercomputers a minute out of me. If you want to take all of the math that I have done at the supercomputer factory and triple it and then put that somewhere, you let me know and I will do everything in my power to get you all of the infrastructure you need to make that happen. But I need you to look at that and I need you to understand that that entire thing is like 1 supercomputer a minute. We would need to triple that. And if you look at just the oil consumption, the plastic production, the copper consumption going on at that factory, I just don't know where we would get those resources. I don't know how they ask for 3 supercomputers a minute. Unless you make like 4 different supercomputer factories in 4 different places around the map and have just a train whose sole job is to fly supercomputer. Well, I guess you just set up a drone and move the supercomputers. But it's just the number of resources it requires and the infrastructure to get those going. You may just have to settle for 1 supercomputer a minute. And even then, I think you're already using them for something else to begin with. Didn't we connect supercomputers to a drone line, or am I hallucinating? Oh, for this specific progress. Yeah, honestly, you may just have to make do with 1 supercomputer a minute. I'm not saying we can't make 3 per minute. What I'm saying is the resources to do that do not exist at that lab. I didn't make 1 of them per minute. I didn't make the computers inefficient because I didn't want to do all the work to make enough computers. I did it because there's not enough plastic there. As is, the oil infrastructure is extensive in that location. I can expand upon it. There's ways I can make that better. I would have to redesign the entire thing. At that point, I'd just make a second one somewhere else. I'm currently, right now, I'm building where there's a frick ton of oil in order to expand our power infrastructure. If you want me to make supercomputers out here to move back to you on train, I will also do that. If you want 3 per minute. It's going to take a lot of time and infrastructure, but I can make 3 per minute if you need 3 per minute. You just let me know what you need me to do for our setups. God damn it. I will warn you right now that no matter how good your math is, if you take a resource that's being output at the end of a line and attempt to move it into the start of that same line, you will probably just not make it work. It will probably do exactly the same nonsense that my aluminum factory kept doing, especially if it's a fluid or a gas. You can try to make it work, but just as a heads up, after you attempt to make it work, you may need to go back and completely redesign that because it will frequently fight you on that one. You know the factory that's making heat sinks for the nuclear plant? I can ping it on the map. Oh my god, my lag. It's at this lake down here. It's the one I had you run concrete to, off the cliff. If you check the math there, figure out how many alkyds the sheets actually need and how many alkyds the heat sink actually needs and how many heat sinks the nuclear facility actually needs, you could figure out what the spare alkyds there are. You just have to make sure that you don't produce a problem with the heat sinks is all. Because that's what's running the nuclear. Yes, Kit, do a care package. Stretch your body and hydrate your body. Thank you for the care package and the treat. Again, I can get you more alkyds if that factory doesn't have the spares, but it's going to take time. And it's going to take infrastructure. Now we're cooking, chat. We've got the bunks made out of old storage containers. We've got a garage with a truck and some explorers, all olive drab, of course. We've got a command tent. We've got an equipment workshop. I'd like to occupy this space with a little bit more of something. I haven't decided what yet. We've got a little checkpoint. I think that's probably fine, actually. Now it's time to get this stupid infrastructure built. Ugh. Don't love... See, I like the way roll-up gates look, but they have this problem where they don't One, they don't like to center. So what all am I gonna need in here? Yep. If I did my math the way I think I did, we're using 2.5 heat sinks, and I probably just made a fully... No, I think I made 3... No, did I just... Oh god, how did I do my math? 12 heat sinks per minute. Yeah, but if you do the runoff from one of those, you're only going to have 30 sheets. Right? Because each of those assemblers should be getting 30 alkyd sheets. If you take 15 away from the other one making 6, it leaves it with 3 heat sinks, right? That math makes perfect sense. Because they're both taking in 30. You need 45. 15 you should be able to take 45, leave the system with 15, and it should make 3 heat sinks per minute, which is still more than what we need. Okay, you can tap that line for your alkyds then if you want. I have this idea for a silly thing, gamer mod, where none of the doors work properly. Rolling garage door opens like a regular door. Regular door slides into the ground. Glass door to store splits into a rotating door. Seven minutes. 7 minutes is all the time I can spare for you, Chris Redfield. Having a real one, squirrels? Okay. God, these menus. If every menu in the damn game didn't need to render one of every single model the game has at all times, the menus would run smoother. Okay. So I'm going to make residual plastic out of the polymer resins. And I don't know where I'm going to run the plastics, but I'm just going to make do with that. 60 to 40 per minute. I think that the fuel powered generator. $20 fuel a minute. 3 per minute of ionized fuel. Suck my balls. Yeah, just leave them plugged in. If you take those apart, you're just going to put a bunch of stuff in your inventory that you're just going to cram into the sink later because you don't have space for it, and it's not going. All of it's fully automated. So unless it's like physically in the way, there's no reason to dismantle that stuff. It doesn't. There's no benefit to taking it apart. If we need heat sinks more than alkylids later, we can like renovate that factory again and use the heat sinks. Because remember, you have to remember we're gonna need more heat sinks because we're going to expand Lyser nuclear at some point. That's why I put in all the extra infrastructure to begin with. So when we go to expand Lyser, we're gonna need more of those. Yeah, and if we double our nuclear so that we can double our plutonium output, and then we refine our plutonium so that we can use plutonium fuel and then make fixonium out of it, we're going to have way more plutonium. If that's what we do. I don't know how we're going to expand Lyser, but we're going to need to expand it. You are using a phenomenal amount of power for your projects, and you've barely even gotten started with them. Once these are all online, it's going to be insane. Whatever math you thought we had is out the door because we've made 27 million compromises to get those online. I no longer know what the math is, Kit. I do not know how to go to plutonium. I've never run a nuclear plant. I can tell you right now, we're making enough fuel rods to make a plutonium generator on just 4 of these, and I don't know how. It wasn't 10 uranium for like 1 plutonium. It was 10 uranium to make like floor plutonium. And the reason for that is if you run any less than that, the math doesn't math correctly. Or it's like 10 to 3 or something. 10 is the smallest number of uranium generators that we could make, and then have the plutonium generators be 100% efficient without having to compromise on their speeds. But I don't even remember how many that is. That's the reason we needed 10. Not because it was the minimum to get 1 plutonium, but because it made the math even. Always have this belief in headcanon. Wesker is secretly gay for Chris. This is just canon. It's just true. Doesn't want to hear no from Chris. He just doesn't want his heart to be broken. Wesker is clearly coming to terms with being bi and not doing it well. Wesker is struggling with his bi-awakening more than any man ever has on the history of mankind. 9 Resident Evil games later. I don't want to do something like this. That's just... It doesn't feel logistically plausible. I could make fuel into rocket fuel, if I brought sulfur and coal down here, and I brought nitrogen gas down here, and I could burn rocket fuel. But the problem is these things burn rocket fuel at 4.17 per minute. Why? Who decided on that number? I hate that number. I despise that number. I wish there was... I know people do calculations for these, but I can never find them and I want them. I'll find them when I'm scrolling the wiki goofing off or something, but... Because this is 300 crude oil, 150 nitrogen, 200 sulfur, and 100 coal. Produces 5 refineries making fuel, which makes 150 polymer resins into alt nitro rocket fuel for 300 rocket fuel and 50 compacted coal. You burn the nitro fuel in a fuel plant. You burn the compacted coal in a coal-powered generator. And you're using 300 crude oil, some nitrogen, some sulfur, and some coal to produce a phenomenal amount of power per minute. Which sounds cool. But for the life of me, I can't find anyone who will show me the damn math. Because well, I mean, let's try it. 300 divided by, what's the number? 4 point something something? 4.17? 300 divided by 4.17. Oh my god. Oh my god. That math can't be correct. No, that math can't be correct at all. Oh my god. Is that real? Chat, is this real? If they did this math right, 72 fuel power generators, 72, 72 of these, 72 of these, there's no way. Where would I even put them all? Why is that truck highlighted? I don't want that truck to be highlighted. Hey, buddy, why are you highlighted? Stop that. There's simply no way I've done this math correct. That's what the numbers say. It says we're going to make 300 rocket fuel per minute. And it says that each rocket fuel generator burns 4.17 per minute, which means we can run 71.9 fuel generators. Where would I put that many? They're so big. There's no way. I'm supposed to make space for 72 of these? That's 8. If I put them on the other side, that gives me 16 per floor? How many floors am I allowed to do? Can I do 4.5 floors of fuel generators? Oh my god. It's an infrastructural nightmare. I don't think that's correct for you. I kind of thought I'm going to be honest with you. This whole time sort of thought I was goofing off. Like, I thought to myself, you're putting in all this work to decorate a space and it's going to have like a couple of fuel powered generators as like a bit. Like, what are you doing putting all this space in there? What's the goal here, Liz? And I was like, I don't know. I've got to do all this infrastructure work to get us some extra electricity. I'm just going to enjoy myself while I do it. I didn't actually think that it was going to be like the biggest project I've designed yet. My biking is pretty rough. Then again, I didn't try to turn the whole world into a Wormageddon while resisting the urge to make kissy faces my current love interest. Men will literally implant a parasitic worm into themselves and transform into a hideous immortal beast before they admit that they're attracted to another man. Also, I might be crazy. I am crazy. What in God's name am I doing here? Am I being real with this? There's no way this is actually what I'm planning to do. would fix all my problems, wouldn't it? They're 250 megawatts per. If I've done my math right, we're looking if I've done my math right and I actually go through with this factory the way I intend to. Good night, Az. Have a good one. Sweet dreams. We're looking at 18,000 megawatts of power. Is what I'm planning right now. I should just commit to it, right? I should fully commit to just. Yeah, that makes sense. We need that much power, right? Your infrastructure alone is going to use it. It makes more sense than trying to fucking quadruple our nuclear output. We're barely, like, the infrastructural cost of expanding that factory is so prohibitively expensive. Thank you for the care package, Adam. Okay. Okay. This is going to take me some time and some resources, but I'm just... Okay. Sounds good. Bro, don't be fighting with me. We had shit to do here. What I want to do, I think... It's going to be a little bit of a pain, but... I want to do that. So that there's a walkway between them. Okay. If I ran... Hear me out. I need 4.5 floors. If I ran all of these at 250%, I have no idea how to do that math. Would I divide 72 by 2.5 to determine how many I would need? Yeah, because I'd divide them by 2 if I ran them at 200%. If I ran 72 at 200%, I'd need 36. And if I had 36 of them, so it's divided by 16, I'd need 2.25 floors. So if I had 20, it would be 29 by 16, which is not even 2 floors. We've certainly got the power cells for it. We can manufacture them now, so they're free, but is that what I want to do? Or do I want to just build 4 floors of this nonsense? Why'd I build 4 floors of this nonsense? 4.5 floors of this nonsense. I think these are 7 tall. I could make it... I don't want to make it. Okay. Please just do the damn job. Oh my god, why are you so finicky? Just go to 10. You know what, Kit? I was an idiot. I let you be the Department of Transportation and Mad Science, and I chose infrastructure? What the hell's wrong with me? I should have known better. I could have been the Department of Mad Science. I could have been materials. My job could have been automating concrete and nothing else. No, 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 no. Infrastructure, she says. Dumb bitch. I only have myself to blame. Oh my god, did I not even go tall enough? Apparently I did go up to 8, and I just did my math wrong. Well, it needs to be that tall, because that's barely tall enough. Okay. Okay. I think it's possible for me to... It's going to be a pain in the butt, but that's fine. Oh, man. Okay. Now the most difficult decision of the entire process. What do we name this facility? Due to events in the world and news cycles being what they are, I have a heart full of vinegar and a mind of nasty jokes and not much else available at my disposal for the moment. Hit, I need you to turn the lab off. Or like cut its power a little bit. You're getting really close to the peak of our grid. It's making me very nervous. You cannot keep updating it until this power plant is done. You have to shut the lab down until I'm finished. Our power consumption is going above 21K. I don't know how long it's been up there. It's you can leave it for now. Just like be aware that if our grid goes down, I'm going to need you to immediately shut off your lab and toggle the grid, okay? So just be ready to disconnect your lab in the event the grid shuts off. If you need to make changes so that your grid is on a switch, then you can go ahead and do that. Just make sure that you're ready to toggle it off if it does go over. Actually. Worst case, if your lab does go over, it should turn off the powderizer, which should save us like 4,000 megawatts at a time on average. Actually, you know what? I'll just go ahead and finish this line this way so that I can... I think this will be a faster way to get home anyway. not be great, but that's okay. I never trust these things anyway. Wish I could hit that. Might be able to... Let's see. Nice. Profane altar. An unholy shrine. Oh, thank God I'm home. He's a good boy, you just have to be nice to him. Oh, it's so nice to be back in civilization. I think I might be degenerate. I think I might be degenerate. Yeah, don't try to print all of that. Hmm. Oh yeah, I love mistakes. Jesus. Have you ever had the good fortune to be riding one of your tubes directly over a train? It is visually delightful. That'll go great. You only have a 1.4K point deficit. Yeah, the trains are delightful. Hit. You ran your tube through my fucking truck line. This tube is absolutely cutting off the truck. It's gotta go higher. Let me see what I can do. Is that the most you can... It really is, actually. Okay. It seems like there's no problems with the pipe. Let me see if that fixes the truck problem. That is actually the end of this track list of those. So, I don't know if I want to run another one of these or if I want to go back to a normal playlist. Yeah, run the Lan Batal playlist. Whatever happens, happens. I'm a living legend. You ain't heard yet? You not get the message? I'm a living legend. No! He still gets stuck on that one. I raised it up and now he's doing this. He does fix himself, so it's not technically a problem, but I just would love if he didn't do that, you know? Go get a snack kit. Okie doke. Oh, care package. Oh, treat. Yeah, we can do that. Ugh. Bam, it's a Reese's cup. So unsure before it's even heard. Never thought that it'd bring a single word. This bird, expert in the absurd. Number one in life that has been deburred. It hurts this relentless introvert, but inversion only serves to put deserving on the line. So I keep my time so far out of line. And when the day turns night, I can't help but cry so loudly. I slant devoutly. Tell me what about me is built so wrong. It's so much passion, but more I'm lacking. I wish that I could. Yeah, the kitchen happened twice for some reason, and I don't know why. So we got a lot of burritos. An aeronaut, a bird brain, baby. I don't think if I'm supposed to stop. Hit me with the fat tap into the mouth. Falling for a freak. With my neck up on the chopping block. A bird brain, baby. I don't know when the head is coming off. Baby, I don't know when I'm supposed to stop. Baby, I don't know when I'm supposed to stop. So, shit. Sure, before it's even heard. I can't know the border with my eyes so blurred. This bird constantly overturned. 10-time a winning champion of being spurned. I won't cry, cause even though it hurts, it's the thousandth time. Don't say, I know what I do anyway. I can't live like this, so be my witness. I won't back down. Divide the zero, so I want to hear you say something. I keep on running like a chicken with its head cut off. Making Argonaut a bird brain, baby. I don't know when I'm supposed to stop. Think up on the chopping block, a bird brain, baby. I don't know, your head is coming off. Baby, I don't know when I'm supposed to stop. Tell me if you think that I should stop. I don't know when I'm supposed to stop. Why did it sound like that? Show in the golden hour you seem to know no fear. Is it really true that a bird like me could never think like you? Is it all in my head? Is my ignorance just manufactured dread when I'm not but my pride? Can you take a look and say you like what I've got inside? Like a chicken with its head cut off. A bird brain, baby, I don't know when I'm supposed to stop. Oog. Jammed in the tubes. What a freak. A bird brain, baby, I don't know when I was coming off. I don't know when I'm supposed to stop. Oh, good work, Mara. Muragaz tickasate by the angry printer. How it do, Mara?
Bonger?
Alive is good. $400 nuclear pasta into the printer. Green. Yeah, don't you love my run up to the elevator? Hey, chat, you want a fun fact? Show you something. Did you hear that? There isn't a sound when you run into a normal wall in this game. There's no sound for bumping into a wall, and you don't lose any speed. You can still run when you're bumping up against the wall. But, as a bit, if you run into a glass wall, they do in fact play a donk noise when your cranium connects with the glass. Oh, I guess this is my stop, huh? Miserable. We do have a tube for the old factory. It's my least used tube, absolutely. Like, above and beyond, this is the least used tube. But welcome back, Kit. I did a full karaoke cover of Bird Brain while you were gone. It was not nice, it was awful. Girl, get out of the tube. Go. Oh god, they really are. Wait a minute. You're the one emitting the Aurora Borealis. You're doing that. Well, it's good to see where all of my fucking infrastructure's going, so... He'd be like, no, I'm not using any extra power. I haven't done anything. Girl, the fuck is this then? You're creating the Aurora Borealis. Okay. I gotta go get my thing done. We're at 400 nuclear pasta. I got another 300 cubes into the system. I'm gonna run back and throw shit in the... whatever it's called real quick.
Milestone reached. Instant travel between chosen locations will be possible as soon as the main and satellite portals are built and paired. Do not ask me how it works. Not because I don't understand dimensional dispersal theory and the cross-warp applications of liminal peer-regulated parallel fibrillator nanocells, for example. But because you do not need to know. You go in one end, you come out the other. It's a door. Thankfully, the construction of project part number 12, the ballistic warp drive, can be automated and requires no manual input from you, so I'd say we're relatively safe. If you disagree about my assessment of your capabilities, you are free to attempt a study and replication of either portal or warp technology. After you're done with project assembly.
Okay. How are my tickets going? Cold the air. Oh! I started earlier. That's on me, chat. You can execute me now.
A test
We
of
should
your
build a-
reflexes.
What? No, I'm about to sing! Ah! That's fair. Push to keep the dark from coming. Feel the weight of what we owe. This, the song of sons and daughters, hide the heart of who we are. Making peace to build a future. Strong, united, working till we fall. The air and water flowing hard. The land we call our home. Push to keep the dark from coming. Feel the weight of what we owe. This, the song of sons and daughters, hide the heart of who we are. Making peace to build a future. Strong, united, working till we fall. And we all lift. And we're all adrift together, together. Through the cold mists, till we're lifeless, together, together. if, with a conscience clear and unburdened. So Kit, I got a suggestion. What if we build a floor on the train station level, finally, and we put a portal room up there, and we portal to 1 or 2 important regular locations? Definitely, because you're not going to want to put a tube out there. Na 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 na. What's the power consumption on those? Oh! I knew it was coming and it still hurt me. Only thing I live for in the whole wide world. She is beautiful. Girl is beautiful. She is beautiful. Okay, yeah, I would love if we could get one set up. I can take you over there if you want. Or you can... Healy! Welcome in, Raiders. For those of you who do not know me, my name is Liz, and this is my undersea tea house, the Squid Easy. Hello, friends. How was your stream? What were you... Oh, observation duty. Oh, my goodness. Hello, hello, hello. I hope you had a good stream, Keely. If you or Raiders need to raid and run, respect that hugely here. It's like midnight, so I understand. Get some sleep or some food or some shower or whatever you've got to take care of. If you're going to be sticking around, we are doing end game stuff in Satisfactory. Observation duty and a new Hear Me Out. Very exciting. Well, I hope you had a good stream. Let's see. Appropriate, I suppose, for Persona music to come on as Keely raids in, huh? What else we got? More Persona? Okay. Honestly, you know what? Why not? We'll run a few minutes. Yeah, this is Okumura's. Yep. Unfortunately, because you start at level 1 in a stat, but you start with 0 of that stat's tokens, you have to hit level 6 in order to gain a class. You can put one down as a tester. I'm gonna get a... You can also, if you want to design a room yourself, you are more than welcome to. I'm just kind of doing some stuff. Good luck with dinner, Mara. Hope you have something good. I don't really have a plan for anything else right now. I'm just making some things look nice over here. I think we're gonna borrow, because I've been using these for this part anyway. Probably gonna have to be, yeah, that makes logistical sense. Like, do you have to insert fuel in order to activate it, or does it take a constant supply? I mean, I guess that means that if you put a singularity cell in your pocket, you could just plug one in when you went to the portal, and it would come on. Unless the other end also always needed one to activate, which is probably the case if we're honest. You're not going to be automating, what, 2 singularity cells per minute? Total every single portal we set up at both locations. That just doesn't make any logistical sense, right? Like, that can't possibly be better than a tube. We have 10k iron plates lying around. We probably have a stockpile of iron plates at the... Like, because you have a double crate that's going into the dim depth. You can go directly to the double crate and just suck all the iron plates out of there. It's not going to be worth much. Probably like 3 or 4K storage in those. It's better than nothing. No. Then no, we're not putting portals fucking anywhere. We're not going to full automatic nuclear pasta into a portal that we use once every half hour. That's insane. That's just a phenomenal waste of the player's time. What? Those are so grotesquely expensive. I'll come take a look in a sec. Oh, okay. Yeah? Um... Okay, okay. Hold up. That actually looks good. Right? Steel, 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 steel ingot. Two and 1 for 4. Like, it crafts really slow. It crafts much slower, but it's a lot more resource efficient. So you could theoretically make just an incredible number of extra foundries. Molded beams. Everyone's 16 to make. Nine. Both of those could be useful. I don't love the math on molded beams. But the compacted steel ingots, like, if you're willing to shell out the extra electricity to run a bunch more foundries, you can turn a much smaller amount of coal and iron into a much larger amount of steel, which could be real useful for us. Oh, it is compacted coal, though. Shoot. Strong opinions? I say maybe shuffle it and see if we get anything better. Yeah. Oh, do we get something good this time? I see. Yeah, you can have that if you want it. Oh man, those are hard to differentiate, ain't they? I am not going to have any idea where these go. Uh. Oh, buffoon. Well, you can do anything you want on that floor, I suppose. It's built, even though it's not going to be used for anything. Yes, easily. Would you like to do that yourself, or should I go do it? All you got to do is go get 5 of the pressure cubes that you automated over at the carbon plateau. Go to the powderizer factory, and then go up to the top floor, put 5 cubes into cube input, and take 5 nuclear pastas out of pasta output. The way I usually get to the powderizer is I go to the lagoon, and then I zip line. There's a power line you can follow behind the train station near the truck. It splits off into the smaller power lines, like 2 stations down. And you just follow those smaller power lines over to the plant. Even if you don't have a grapple tool, you can probably very easily do it by just jetpacking. You have to jetpack most of the way anyway because the line isn't safe to ride. But that power line can at least tell you where you're going at the very least. No idea. Oh, 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 oh. Easily one of the best boss themes of all time. I don't think we've seen the cartographer yet today. Apparently we have. I have my knowledge training. Bow, 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 bow. Oh, I'm stupid. I made that harder on myself than I needed to. Bow now. Bow now. Leviathan, Leviathan. Leviathan, Leviathan. Thank you, Cal. These are bold. Leviathan, Leviathan. Surging tides grow bold. Leviathan. Saving others all. Leviathan, Leviathan. Swallow up the world. Leviathan. Alright, I don't know how well these are going to work in here. How I'm going to line them up exactly. Actually, what probably makes the most sense, yeah. Oh man. Okay, infrastructure, organization, light control panel. Connect you to him. Actually, hang on. We're gonna... Oh, one of those stupid double ones doesn't work here because they're dumb. These double wall outlets are really useful for organizing between different rooms in a floor.
Early lunch
but
for
they're-
cops.
Alexi! Oh my goodness gracious! Hello, friends. Welcome in. For those of you who do not know me, my name is Liz, and this is my Undersea Tea House. This good easy. How are you doing? What were you getting up to this evening? How was your stream? How's Enfield? Oh my god, Factory Sim Bird Cloaca raid. That's why Kit's playing Satisfactory with me, is she couldn't get enough Enfield. Yeah, see? Hello, friends. How was the Enfield? I hope y'all had a good time. If anyone from the raid needs the raid and run, know that I love and respect that here. You are so totally valid. Hop on out. Go do what you gotta do. Take care of yourself. Food, water, sleep, whatever. If you're gonna be sticking around, know that we're doing some endgame Satisfactory. Oh, I can only imagine. You and Kit have so much in common because Kit also gets everything to run on Linux so that she can. You still have a gaming PC is the difference. So, like, when things don't want to run on Linux, you don't have to put up with it. Fair enough. Kit is insane, and she did the most complicated install that she possibly could, rather than starting with something reasonable. That's our resident fox. Spirit of mischief. I think I have a specific meme for you about this kit. Only thing running outside of a VM is a Ven hypervisor, which isn't even a whole OS. Expected to manage it from a guest domain. I passed through the PCI slot to which the GPU is connected to the VM I ran Enfield in. Y'all are crazy. Alright, go see if I have this. There it is. Yeah, I did have one saved. Okay.
Bonger?
I'll post it in the lawn. Actually, I'm going to post it in the counter so that everybody else can experience it too. Posting a meme in the counter. I think this is a Linux joke. I'm pretty sure this is a Linux joke. Okay, there you go. It's in the counter. Could be worse.
No.
Oh, thank you, the care package, Teresa. I know enough about Linux to spot a Linux joke when I see one. This joke is so specifically aimed at Kit, I feel. I think it's time for tonight's snack. Let me go grab one. Why do you look like you're made of nuclear fusion rods? Oh. How are you doing, Riza? It uses gnome. That's so funny. Is it? It's literally just because it's harder to set up, right? Okay. Related, unrelated, here's tonight's snack. It's a Pico bar. Just more locked down. Oh, it's like a... It's an orange-flavored Rice Krispie inside of a chocolate bar. What on earth? That's fascinating. I really like the flavor. The orange is really strong. It's kind of that artificial orange. The sort of like, you know it's citrusy. Your brain processes it as orange, but you're not like... That's not quite what a real orange tastes like, but... I see. Well, the problem there you got, Kit, is that people who use Linux are... Like, one of the main reasons people like to switch to Linux is to run something that they can make their own thing. They don't want it to work. They want it to be customizable. Modern day, a lot of Linux switches happen due to encroachment. I mean, nowadays, yeah, a lot of people are moving to Linux because they're tired of Windows. Could it theoretically balanced these in such a way that they, like... These were split better? Oh, if you give me a second, I'm just gonna... There's a MAM over here I can take a look at. Oh, that's not a
Power matrix
hard drive.
recipe unlocked. These disposable synthetic mimic artifacts increase power augmenter output by further stabilizing the summer sloop's connection to its energy harvesting location.
You grow shrines and engrave silent organs incompatible with the tapestry.
It is a beginning, far from an ending, a step in between.
Harmony.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Once I heard the name, that sounded right. Good luck running those into the summer sloop kit. I wish you luck. Just, 7.5 power shards per minute. I don't know how many. The summer sloop might use less than 2.5 alien power matrices, or it might use more. I don't know. But to get 2.5 power matrices, you need 7.5 power shards. I am sorry. Welcome to hell. This was not going to be a pleasant phase, and we knew that going in. Okay. I need 8. No. I need 8 plants divided between 4 floors. That's just 2 per floor. I can do that. Yeah, neither of us have ever... Well, I mean, this is Kit's first time playing Satisfactory, but I've never reached this phase before, so... I don't know what any of this shit is. It is indeed Kill Switch by Kasane Teto. You are correct. And yeah, the music is quiet on purpose so that I can talk over it easily. That was, in fact, Kasane Teto's Kill Switch. Oh, you meant dying inside. Oh, yeah, no. Kit's not new to that. Kit's been doing that for years. You forget. She works in the medical profession. Please don't. I don't know that we'll survive it. My plan, Kit, is to go ahead and get the bottom floor operational here. And get the fuel running so that we have the bottom floor operational. And then from there, the fuel will back up, but that won't be an issue. And then I'll get the other pipelines built. Get all the upper infrastructure built after that. Can I, just out of curiosity... Come ride, heroes, ride. Away with the tide. Hi, Ellie. Hello, hello. How you doing? That doesn't look right, does it? That doesn't look right. Playing Slay the Spire 2! Hell yeah! Hope y'all having fun with it. And also thank you for lurking while you've got some gaming going on. That's a hard question to answer, Kit. Pretty fun so far. I'm glad to hear it. I played Oh! Slay the Spire I haven't actually played yet, believe it or not. I have it. It was one of the PlayStation free games a while back. So I have it on the PlayStation, and I just have not given it a go. Although I have watched a lot of it. That's respectable. There is no roguelike that has managed to hold me in that way. As much as I've tried, and as delightful as I've found Balatro and Hades, for example, no roguelike has ever managed to just, like, perfectly loop me. I have, like, 3,000 hours in Payday 2. I don't know if that says good things or bad things about me, but Monster Hunter generally does that. Any given Monster Hunter game I have 1,000,000 hours in. And then I've probably passed 300 hours on Satisfactory doing this run with Kit, so... Okay, I guess now I have to actually go and, like... Yeah, this is... The only thing that you could probably reasonably do to help here, Kit, would be, like... You would literally just look at what I've done on the bottom floor of the building and replicate it on one of the upper floors, which is just a lot of laying down foundation, which is just... It's just time-consuming is all it is. Okay, how much are you making? 120. How about this guy? That's going to be another 120. Oh, hi. It is honestly wild to me from as an outsider to hear that Slay the Spire 2 has co-op, though. That is insane, and I commend them hugely for the commitment to that. Because it doesn't at all feel like a game that structurally has room for co-op, and that's exactly why I think it needs it. more people should look at weird games that do not make sense, like, on the surface as cooperative and go, no, you should play this with 4 other people. I mean, I am such a social gamer as it is, and for me, I actually kind of struggle with a lot of, like, more normal multiplayer games. I don't like party games, I don't like competitive games, so for me, a lot of, like, things that are more typical for a multiplayer, like if there's a VTuber collab, right? The games that I'm interested in aren't the types of games people recommend for those. So, like, I'm all about games that don't typically have co-op suddenly being cooperative. I think you can add couch co-op to almost any genre, and do it well. I understand the argument against horror games. I do. I would probably argue that, like, it's been an execution problem over the years more than anything else. But as a believer in games like Fear 3 and Dead Space 3, having, like, they were really fun as co-op games, but not because they were horror co-op, but because they became co-op shooters. I kind of understand the revulsion to that concept. Actually, I was just thinking, I was about to ask y'all a question. I was like, what's a genre that doesn't typically have co-op that you think would go well with co-op? And you know what my brain said is my first suggestion? How often do people say Bejeweled needs co-op? How often do people say Bubble Bobble needs co-op? And yet, Puzzle Pirates is one of the most entertaining MMOs I've ever played in my entire life. Because someone said, hey, what if Bubble Bobble was multiplayer? Okay, so I know it has a PvP mode. I don't know if there's a co-op in it. There's definitely a lot of Tetris games that have PvP. I can't think of a good example of, like, a co-op Tetris game. Don't get me wrong. The Tetris 99 was really funny and very clever, and I fully and totally support that kind of behavior too. It's not my jam, but also a good example of, like, fuck it, just be funny with it. Are you driving one of the military trucks around? Thank you, Kit. May I never underestimate Kit's whimsy ever again. She saw my army base, and the first thing she said was, I should take the truck for a joyride. Don't mind me, this isn't permanent, so don't worry. I'm not boxing you in. I'm using that to make sure that this platform I'm building over here is going to be on the same grid as the main factory, so that if I do need to connect them later, they connect smoothly. Wow, goddamn, I didn't expect that to kill him. Actually... I'd love to have more hands on duty, but you lack the determination needed to become the muscle. Check stats and look for 5 determination if you want in. Whoa, I'm look! Hey, Bonby. I like structurally how that looks, but I think they're really steep for how short of a distance they are. So, because I have a sense of humor, Bonnie, today...
Nom.
Yes, congrats to Kit. Kit got into, medical school. She has been accepted by one of the schools she's put an application to. There are still a couple of applications out, so she hasn't chosen one yet. We're waiting to hear back from a couple of other ones, so we can pick the perfect one. But she's been accepted by at least one of them, so... Very exciting.
Longer?
We were very proud of our fox. So we're having some infrastructure problems in Satisfactory, right? We need more power. We're doing some crazy stuff that's like... Our factory is very power hungry right now. And so I come out here because out here on this beach, there's a bunch of oil. And I'm like, we really need the oil from this place. I'm going to go build a shit ton of infrastructure out in the desert, way away from our main base, to get some oil. And because I have a bitter sense of humor, I decided to build a US Army base directly on top of it. That's the aesthetic we've decided to go with for this. And here's the bucket that Hegseth can shit in when he goes out here to visit. Security checkpoint. And the plant. I won't lie. I did briefly consider its Turtle Beach power plant, which is just a reference to Kami House from Dragon Ball. I did briefly consider naming this something a little bit more bitter. Like, you know, Strait of Hormuz or maybe Mar-a-Lago power plant. I decided against it, but I did briefly consider it because I'm angry and bitter. Oh my god, Kit, our power consumption is going to give me a fucking hernia. I am furious and there is little I can do about it. I felt like Mar-a-Lago power plant was like the right amount of bitter and sarcastic for it. Don't worry about my frame rate dropping to actually 0 whenever I go to... Yeah, see, I just don't think those are going to go up, like, enough. Maybe visually it'll look fine. I don't think you'll be able to get a truck under it, but like... Maybe an Explorer. Here, yeah, see if your truck can go under that bridge there. Also, do you like the metal on the bridge connecting to the concrete structure? That looks kind of nice, doesn't it? Oh, that actually works really good. Hang on. I'm going to try this then. Not that I expect we'll be, like, driving trucks and boats out here anytime soon, but... I like to make things work and look nice, even if it's not going to be relevant. Hang on, I'll get you a ramp. Give me a sec. Man, it does not like moving in that menu. Oh my god. I mean, this actually should probably just be asphalt, too, huh? I'm going to keep the metal for the bridge and then do asphalt for the road. And then when you get a chance, make sure you can still go under it. Because in order to make it look nicer, I doubled the thickness of those. Under supports, so... Oh, that's actually perfect. Yeah, that's great. Okay. Amen, sister. You can feel free to help with this one. I don't have any plans here. I need to turn this into rocket fuel. And I actually have, I don't think I saved it. I'll post it real quick. Yeah, this. Copy image. I'm going to drop it down in here. Here you go. So it's there in the lawn. That's what's going to happen, which means I'm going to need 200 sulfur, 100 coal, and 150 nitrogen. And I'm going to put them right here. If you want to bring in the extra resources while I set up the infrastructure here, that would be big. I haven't even checked where those resources are, by the way, so... To the island here. There's a nitrogen deposit there we can use. I'm going to put a marker on it so you can find it. Perfect. It doesn't really matter, but there's that. Doesn't really matter. I'm going to delete this as soon as we're done with it, but... Okay, there's a marker called nitrogen for fuel over there on the map, so you can find that. So right here on this oil deposit, I'm going to convert this oil into fuel. I'm going to convert that fuel into turbo fuel. Turbo fuel is what that plant is going to be burning. 300 oil will go into 300 turbo fuel, which will give us 72 fuel plants worth of power. So I'll need 5 refineries and 1 blender to do all of that, which I'm going to set up now. It's going to also produce 50 compacted coal, which I will use in a coal power plant, as well as 150 polymer resin, which I will later convert into plastic. And if I've got enough plastic here, I will try to get high-speed connectors automated here so we can finally have those going into a dim depth. So I'm going to solve a bunch of our problems back to back to back real goddamn quick over here. Bow now. Bow. Bow now. We got any Mega Man fans in chat? I think Mega Man is one of the coolest dudes of all time, and I love him so much, and I conceptually love everything going on with Mega Man. And also, I just am not really that interested in his, like, mainline games. I don't want to be a hater. Actually, wait, this might be F-Zero. No, sorry, this is F-Zero. Forget what I was talking about with Mega Man. But yeah, I'm not like a huge fan of Mega Man games outside of Battle Network, which are not at all like normal Mega Man games, but which I adore. Regardless of that, this is F-Zero, unrelated to what the fuck I was talking about. I adore the Battle Network series. I think they're brilliant games. I played the absolute metric fuck out of one of them, which I believe was like 2 or 3 on the Game Boy Advance. If I'm not totally hallucinating that. Things I distinctly remember about the one that I played. The absolutely hilarious humor, the insane situations that they get up to, where it's like, hey, you have a sentient AI in your pocket who's your best friend, and he can plug into all of the smart devices in your house. And also, a bunch of people bought smart dishwashers, and the AI inside of the dishwasher decided it was going to kill a bunch of people, and so it released invincible bubbles out of the dishwasher. And everyone who owned that dishwasher started being suffocated by invincible bubbles. So you have to go into the internet with your sentient AI man and defeat Bubble Man before he suffocates your best friend who bought the smart dishwasher. And that was funny when I was a kid, but nowadays I'm starting to wonder. Now it's some Black Mirror shit, yeah. Interesting that when you create one of those, it doesn't customize that correctly. It's very neat. And that actually doesn't respond to the... Why? Fascinating. It's supposed to. No, you are weird. Yeah, why is that orange? It's supposed to be yellow. Are any of the other ones orange? Nope, just him. Fascinating. Who knows? I am the blacksmith singing the hammer and the anvil song. Hammer, take your anvil, take your very soul. Sparks are flying, passion strong. I am the blacksmith singing the hammer and the anvil song. Oh, goodness. The Howling Blade. There I see it. My heart to racing. No, actually. Why are you behaving so badly? One guy in the song almost sounds exactly like MR people. I forget what the haters say. I adore this song. This is one of my favorite songs in the whole goddamn OST. They knocked out of the park with this. We could theoretically at any time double this entire factory for another 18,000 megawatts. So if you wanted to bring, like, if you wanted to just connect 3 of those outputs to a pipe, a tier 1 pipe, you'd bring 300 down here, and I'd only use half of it for the factory. So I could hypothetically double it later. So you want to just connect 3 and bring them down here? There I see it. It looks pretty clean, all things considered, huh? I think that pretty much all of them are bangers. There are some that are stronger than others, and I think that there is an intentional design. I think there is intentional design to make these songs corny in their lyrics more so than any of the other tracks in 14, specifically to mimic the way wrestling music is in the real world, where it tends to be like overly corny and hammy because that's part of the kayfabe. Oh, I got you. Yeah. So no, I can tell you the artist if you're curious. It's the Longest Johns that's doing that. I don't know who's in the Longest Johns. One of them could theoretically be Weeble. I don't think so, but I think the Longest Johns is a very good band name. I believe the reason I found them is I think that they did a cover I really like of Warframe's We All Live Together. I think that's actually how I found them originally. I mean, I kind of could if I wanted to. Hello, Alucard. Welcome in. Weirdly enough, they don't actually care that you do that. None of them are Weeble. I highly recommended them. They do some fantastic acapella work. Free. This is me. This is who I was meant to be. They're my claws. They're my fangs. Yeah, Kit knows what's good. Well, Kit, you're also, yeah, addicted to sea shanties, so... I probably am going to want to move those back, actually. If you dare. I've always been a fan of pirate aesthetics. And so, the prerequisite brain damage already kind of existed, but it was thoroughly established when Black Flag came out. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. They really are. I have a whole playlist for when I'm doing work around the house, or whenever I'm doing crafts and stuff. That's a working playlist, and the majority of it is sea shanties. Yeah, that's gonna hit you. That's probably fine. I mean, I could move it back. Yeah, how much can we move this back by? Is that 1 block? I think that's a half block, which I guess is fine. Okay. Customizer. Olive drab. Oh, what a fool I've been. Hang on, let me put olive drab on our oil pump. Yeah, there we go. Appropriate. Okay. And then I want to take you, and I want to make you do regular fuel. Good work, Kit. That I'm free. This is me. This is who I was meant to be. Bare my claws, bare my fangs. My heart's racing, it's the thrill of the hunt, and I run. And I howl at the moon. I know. Nobler! Roadkill. Bring me down. Oh man, even that's not going to be enough for these guys. I might decide I don't care, actually. Child hit by car! Ooh, that GIF did not want to load. Ooh. I wonder if that's my computer. Are you doing good, girly pop? Your memory consumption's a little high. Could be lower. Yeah, Blender. Okay, and you're going to make that. And what's the clock speed supposed to be on this thing? 1.6? Wait, shouldn't the output should be 300? Who designed this sheet? 1.6 blenders? No, it's exactly 2. Well, whoever did this, their math is atrocious. They say you need 1.6 for nitro rocket fuel, but that's not correct. All the rest of their math is right. They just wrote down the wrong number of blenders on this image. Well, now I'm double checking all of their math. Anyway, 0.6 blender. Kit, I have a blender here. That was the end of the thought. I hope you enjoyed. Oh! I got a nice butt. This blender is where it's going to go. It's going to go into the input of this blender. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Let's do this. If I put you in the wall... Damn, that's really not what I want that to look like. But if I put it like this, I bet you it's not going to do what I want it to do, unfortunately. Sometimes it wants to do its job. Sometimes it just doesn't. Cool. Would you hate me if I sent you on another task? Dr. Placeholder! No! I've been turned into a placeholder asset! Quick, everyone, punch Dr. Placeholder. Type punch in the chat. Defeat him so I can... He died immediately. That indicates you know what? I know what I did. I know what I did, chat. Do you want to know what I did, chat? Hang on, let me pause my music so I can think for a second. I'll tell you what I did. Let me tell you what I did. When Dr. Placeholder appears, I'm sorry, we were about to get a boss fight in the Squid Easy, and y'all got denied. That's on me. Hi, Net, how's it going? So what happens is, when Dr. Placeholder spawns, he spawns with 20 HP, which is a temp global variable in StreamerBot. And that's its default value when he generates. The problem is, I didn't put anything to reset his HP after you kill him. So the last time y'all beat him, his HP was at 0. It got the variable, which was still 0, and so the first punch immediately killed him. So that's on me. I see what I've done. I know what I did wrong. I know how to fix it. Okay. So what we'll do is we'll duplicate the HP thing, and we'll set the value back to 20 as a non-persisted global after he's defeated. So now, when Dr. Placeholder is defeated, it should move his HP back to 0. Bonnie, did you get to appreciate the 3 seconds that Dr. Placeholder was available for? he when he spawns in, he temporarily replaces me with a placeholder image, and you have to beat him up to get me back. I'll re-trigger it so that y'all can appreciate the boss fight again. Let's see. Is there a way to cheat this? I will have to dink with some variables, but I can make that work. Hang on. Non-persisted globals. Bathroom fatigue has to go to 0. No, well, so I can trigger the bathroom to happen. And it should just replay the whole bathroom scenario and it should run everything. And I do that by plugging a test trigger into bathroom because there's no test command on an action. So I'm going to put one of those in there. The problem is if I run bathroom, there's currently bathroom fatigue because I programmed a fatigue system so it won't produce the same room twice in a row. So I have to manually move that variable to a 0 to reduce the fatigue, and then I put in a test command. Oh, interesting. There's a test trigger as its own thing. I'll have to look into what the fuck that does. I do command triggered, and then I'm gonna go find. I should have a test command. Which is important because it's bartender only. This one. So I'll plug that in there. So that way it's important that my testing command is only me or my bartender so that people can't break anything. And then this should let it run. Okay. And there's Dr. Placeholder. And now he's going to turn me into a placeholder. And I go, no, don't turn me into a placeholder. And I get turned into one and it plays the game over sound effect from Castlevania. And now y'all can spam punch and defeat him. He died again. What? Why did I again? Mara, why did I again? I reset the variables. You got him good. I guess I punched him too good. Okay, hang on. We're debugging live on stream, Mara. I don't know fucking know. It's your code. Okay, bathroom fatigue. Yeah. Well, it should work this time because this time it actually reset properly, right? This message indicates our systems are receiving and processing requests without issue. If commands are not responding, the error exists elsewhere in the process. Thank you, test command. Oh no! I'm a placeholder image. Surely now he has plenty of HP and will not die in one hit. Okay, he's working now. Now you all can spam punches and beat him up. Oh my goodness. Ora! Nice punch. Isn't programming fun, chat? Yeah, he should respond to any capitalization, and it should be with or without an exclamation mark. So, perfect. And as you can see, Dr. Placeholder is in fact a placeholder image. There'll be other boss fights in the bathrooms, but I thought this one was funny, so I programmed it last night. Oh, hey, man. Why the Sandman for somebody like me? I'm in love with the shape of you. You push and pull like a magnet do. Although my heart is falling too. I'm in love with your body. Last night you were in my room, and now my bed sheets smell like you. Every day discovering something brand new. I'm in love with the shape of you. There you go. You got some hang time off of me. What the fuck? Oh my god. That was amazing. Oh, you ruined it. It's broken. You can't flip it if it's submerged. That's very funny. There we go. So, things to possibly tweak his HP. I'd like to replace the nice punch message with a sound effect of a punch. I didn't think about feedback last night, and so when we started running it today, I was like, oh shoot, I don't have any actual feedback for this, and he definitely should have feedback. So I had to program in feedback, and I chose to just real quick put some text in there, just so there was something. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So big. I might put a little aura in there. I might put an aura in there. Big fat tacos, the big fat tacos, the big fat tacos, so big. And then I might tinker with the HP so he takes fewer punches. And then I do want to... He currently doesn't give the people who punch him anything. I might... What I'll probably do is I'll make it so that every time a user does a punch, it increases a user counter. And then whoever gets the most punches in gets a muscle experience. I might do something like that. No, I can't make it work that way. I might try to make it so that everyone who throws at least one punch gets a muscle EXP. I still need to do some tinkering with that. I don't currently know how to make that work, is the problem. I know I can make it work. I just haven't figured it out yet. Kit. Would you like to help? I still need sulfur and coal for this guy, and then these guys need to be plugged into water and power. If either of those tasks sounds exciting to you. I know, I'm mostly being sarcastic when I say that, but you know what I mean. Of Sabik, the of Sabik. Wow, wow, wow. eat the heart of Sabik, the heart of Sabik, the heart of Sabik. Darkness, come, rend the shield of light. Actually, yeah. I don't know which one I want.
Nom.
Ow. Oh, thank you for the garbage. Quack. Okay, good enough. Darkness, come, rend the shield of light. Now, what we're gonna do here is... I think I can cheat this a little bit. Is it there? And that will click in there and not clip with the pipeline. Should be correct. Okay. Darkness, come, rend the shield of light. Ultima. What? Liz cute. Nah. Check it. Damn. You win some, you lose some. Still stable on my end, Kit. Did the Steam server crash? Mine's been doing that occasionally. Usually I can, like, hit the pause menu and then back out and it will fix it. You can try that. You may need to close it down and open it up again. Aw, Kit EB. Would you like to wrap here? Would you be okay if I finish the power plant before I call it? Up to you. Okay, I'm gonna try and at least get the first tier operational, so that the next time we play, you're not stalled out waiting for me. Question. What were you doing? Because I'm still gonna need the sulfur and coal. Well, fortunately, I know where you were getting coal, because your body and your explorer are still out there, so... So I might go and finish that. Okay, this band is producing 240 right now. 60, 120, 240. You make 300. Yeah, that's fair. Maybe a sign from the universe to call it. Go, Ibis. Thank you for playing game and streaming with me, Kibbo. Congrats on mid school. Yeah, I love playing with the kid. Very exciting. We see. Night night, Kibbo. Boe. There she goes. Oh my god.
A test of your reflexes!
No, my reflexes! Ah! Appropriate given the song right now, I suppose. Good night. Oh, good night. Wait, that's not correct. To be fair, I think there's like a 10% chance that the thrown flashbang doesn't hit me, and I'm pretty sure it has literally always hit me. Actually, it makes a lot of sense. Hang on. We're going to put a junction here and a junction here, and then we're going to put a straight catwalk there. And then we go to architecture, and we get modern railing. Where have all the good men gone, and where are all the gods? Where's the streetwise Hercules to fight the rising odds? Isn't there a white knight upon a fiery steed? Late at night I toss and I turn and I dream of what I need. I'm holding out for a hero till the end of the night. And he's gotta be young, and he's gotta be fast, and he's gotta be fresh from the fight. I need a hero. I'm holding out for a hero till the morning light. Gotta be larger than life. Larger than life. Oh, Christ. Can I do this? I think I can do this. Looks like it. Oh, these are in drab. And I think these hit 20... These hit 50 at their max, so I'm not worried about that. Okay, and then we're going to put a floor hole right here. We're going to put a lift right here. So that's going to be running 50 coal down that way. And I'm going to leave that... Well, no. 2, 3, 5, 6, 7. I need a hero. Larger than life. How much water these use? 45. So 45, 90, 180, 360 water. I think it's an 8-to-3 ratio, so you boys should produce 360. So if I did my math correct, we're great here. We're going to get those pipes. We'll put down a junction. Oh, fuck yeah. I will give you my all, pretty baby. I'll come whenever you call for me, lady. Yeah, I will give you the best of me, the best of me, the best of me. You can have all you want, don't you hesitate now. And when you've got everything you can touch and see, then I will give you the rest of me, the rest of me, the rest of me. I will give you my all. That's more appropriate. I don't have any idea how I'm going to wire this. Not good is the answer. Okay, so every 3 can have one of these. So that's 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. That's okay. It's not in the right place. The rest of me. Okay, that's gonna go into the plant. You're going to connect to the blender. You're gonna connect to that line. This line is gonna connect to you, and then you are going back to the facility. Fight like hell. Fight like hell. Fight like hell. Fight like hell. I'd become the most powerful being across the dimensions. And they told me to go to hell. So you know what? I did. Weird that those are... Oh, I guess that's how they're supposed to look. Okay. Some of the shit might have actually just turned on. Let's have y'all hold off. Oh, you know what? I think it's fine. No, yeah. Let's get this operational before I start. Actually, no, yeah. One phase at a time, and we'll just plug them in as we go so that they can be backed up. Because it's the only line we don't... Actually, it doesn't matter if any of them stop, yeah. Okay, so these are all fully operational. And they're sending out all their materials correctly. So what we need now is a conveyor wall here. Connected like that. Because I'm resident. So that we can go down this way. Fuck. And then we're gonna split her like that. And these inputs always look nasty when I do them this way, and I don't really freaking care. Lock and load my BFG like TNT. Just don't let them see you bleed. Now, can you make it there? You can't. You will technically block off the road that I made here, which is sad. Polymer resins. Oops. You're what outputs the coal. I just built the entire line backwards. Whoops. I'm only human. Okay, temporary solution to that problem, which is there's now an awesome sink next to the building. He's not going to be permanent, so I don't need to make him look nice. And he goes right here, and the conveyor belt just goes right in there. And actually, I think they probably produce a lot more resources than I thought they did. Yeah. So each of you is producing 30 of those a minute. So this system is still fine. Because those are all going straight up. Human, after all. You're only human, after all. Don't put the blame on me. Okay. So actually, that's 30. This is 60. You're 90. You're 120. Yay! Crisis averted. What if I did this? Yeah, those last two ended up going down, but that's okay. Okay. Human, after all. I'm only human, after all. Don't put the blame on me. Blame on me. Righteous. Okay. Now, water pipes. Okay. I think that works okay, right? Like, logistically, it's plausible that the game would complain if these weren't Mark IIs. But I can easily make them Mark IIs and then just not deal with that. Like, it shouldn't complain. It should be fine. In fact, I don't know why I do it the other way that I do. That was way easier math than what I normally do. Whatever. I think that works perfect. Okay. I assume that's backed up because you're backed up. You're full of nitrogen. You're full of fuel, which means you have fuel and nitrogen. You don't have coal and you don't have sulfur. $200 sulfur a minute. I'm gonna cry. That man is so far away. Okay, 200 a minute. 200 sulfur a minute. Let's do a straight cable here. And then, fuck it. We're just gonna go out into the wilderness with our conveyor belt. Building a rainbow dash is the next best thing. God damn it. Okay, that's correct orientation. Oh, hey, man. Ow. Is it gonna be underneath? No, it's gonna be on top of that. Okay. Probably. Oh, right there, too long. Okay. Are we close? It's like right over here somewhere. Right here? Y'all. Okay. Can I... Oh, no, I cannot. All right, chat. I'm going to teach y'all a little technique for when Satisfactory says no. The conveyor belt's too long. I refuse to let you do this. And you say, oh, it would have been perfect if I could just make it across there. You see, it's important to remember that Satisfactory doesn't have gravity. Much like building in Minecraft, you don't actually have to respect gravity in this game. So you might say, well, I'm going to have to build a tower out there. You don't. I mean, you'll have to start with that, of course. But once you're done, you take that down. Game doesn't care. That belt is now exactly as long as I intended it to be. It doesn't need support in the middle. Yeah, I think I have one more chasm to cross here. I'm not against games having gravity mechanics. Like, I like Valheim, despite its very strange opinions on my building techniques. I like Icarus, despite the fact that it really wants me to build massive concrete support pillars outside of all my structures. Despite these issues with the game, I still quite like these games. However, I do have to ask, is your construction, is your base building in your game actually good? If I can't build a giant floating sky castle? I kind of think the answer might be no. I know it's a hot take, but like, the more I think about it, the more I wonder. This is some anime weeb ass shit. What the fuck is this? Oh my god, it's Dragalia Lost OST! Dragalia Lost mentioned! This is, in fact, a song from a mobile game, chat. I suppose logistically, if I could connect this back to the base power line... Oh, I bet Kit didn't plug the nitrogen into the base power line. I might need to go correct that. I didn't tell her that it needed to be. I didn't even think about that at the time. Yeah, man. I feel you, I respect you, I also don't care. Oh, yeah. See, so technically right here, the easiest thing for me to do would not be to build this line all the way back to the base. It would be to just plug it into that tower right there, right? But the problem is if I do that and there's a power outage, I want the power that's going to this line to stay because it's making the fuel cells that would fix a power outage. So while it's silly to do this, this is actually logistically the smartest move here. Is to keep this on the closed circuit, which won't shut off if there's an outage. The Edge is calling tonight. The Edge is calling tonight. Isn't a setting like is taking over? Sulfur is connected. Hey man, you're not going to be able to make it past that belt, so... And then she leaves you to die. See. Need the mark within your being. Turn away. Decimate. I'm the end and the beginning. Fate that feeds the unbelieving. A tightening knot to staunch the bleeding. Say my name. Sephiroth. Hello, Amada. Thank you for the lurk. I hope you're having a good evening. I feel you there. I feel like I've maybe had a couple too many of those recently. Yeah, absolutely. I feel you. We just gotta keep working on increasing the goods whenever we can, and accepting that we can't always fix the not-so-goods. Really? Thank you for the care package deal. Increasing the factory so he can use the increased factory to increase the factory. That too. Automation goes up. I think this is probably... Or is it... this is where Kit was when her game crashed. Oh, and a treat too? Oh my gosh, I have a pile of candy wrappers next to me. How embarrassing, chat. Let me clean that up. Breaks the bow and leads you to die. Oh. I did eat today at the very least, so I'm like, oh, I guess I am hungry because it's like 7 hours into stream. That's probably the reason. Genuinely forgot Phase 5 exists. Yeah, it sure does. This is my first time hitting Phase 5. I got to Phase 4 in like 0.8, and then was like, okay, I'm going to stop here because 1.0 will be out eventually. And then it took me forever to get around to it. But when my friend Kit got really into Endfield, I was like, oh, shoot. That's a perfect excuse for me to convince her to play Satisfactory with me so I don't have to play it by myself. It's an absolute mess. I no longer have any idea what I'm doing at this point. Oh! Darn it. The edge is calling tonight. Oh. No. It would be quite difficult to play this game in 2-hour chunks. Maybe if you were smarter than I am, you could do that, but I play this game in 10-hour chunks, and it's still taking forever. We're, like, at the 120-hour mark of this experience, so... I'm a wolf in sheep's clothing. The hunter, the hunted. Probably makes the most sense, doesn't it? Do that and then up. Shoot. Oh boy, they're on their way. It's fine. It's fine. I'll make do. All right, that's rocket fuel. Rocket fuel means coal. A little clip as a treat. Sometimes we just live with it. All right, if you're at 100%, yeah, it throws a treat. Both trick and treat will throw something. They're leftovers from Halloween a couple years ago that I just never removed. Okay. Oh, there's a bunch of hidden code words. That's like my chat's favorite minigame is figuring out what all of my code words are. Rocket fuel. Okay, so those are now running, and it'll take a while for all of them to come online, and the ones in the back probably will never come online, but that's okay with me, because they're just there to make sure that the compacted coal doesn't back up. Ah, beautiful. It may take time for the full line to saturate. He's got to send a lot of rocket fuel to a lot of plants. So y'all are using 4 a minute. Clicker. That command is very dangerous. There are several regulars in chat who that will destroy if they catch it, so... $200 a minute. 40, 60, 80. Sorry, 40, 80, 160, 200. All my math is checking out. We have full saturation on all lines. We should be producing 300 rocket fuel a minute. Both of those are easily fixed, though. I should be consuming a lot less than 300 a minute, though. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Flush Pipes is a little ways back. That was before the 1.0 launch. And you can flush individual segments or the full pipe. Okay, you see, these are at saturation, so this pipe should be full. So these should finally be... They're barely getting any right now. They are building up. So, this is the first floor of a 4-floor factory that is going to produce a total of 72 of these plants running non-stop for 18,000 megawatts of power. And that right there is all the infrastructure required to fuel it. One oil line. Okay. Four. 5. 6. 7. 8. Delirium unsuspected. Mission's begun, completed. 72323 send. Okay. So I put a... That's incredible of me. Confirm that. Let's do second floor. Yeah, I don't know how that happened. Third floor. I mean, I guess I tried to capitalize the first for some reason. What's going to be the easiest here is go to this color, save as yellow power, go here, choose the bolt, and then load preset for power. Icon, bolt. Oops, preset, power. Good old capital number. So then there should be one more floor at the top of this. So we're going to do this. And then this. And then that. Then that. A hole there. One, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, it would be this pillar here is going to be really close to getting in the way. But this will be the top floor, so I think we're going to just clear it. Yeah. If we needed another floor, we'd probably clip with him. Which is terrifying. We should be clear on all other sides. Because that's floor 3. Whoops. Heaven can wait. In a bottle cast to sea. Burn until we're free. Mitochromelarine. Put that there. We're nothing more than scions and sinners. Okay. Okay. 4th floor. Power complete. I can't edit the floors unless the elevator is at the floor, which is very funny. Purple. Oh. Okay. Terrifying. What a pretty sunset, though. Monochromaticity. Deep inside, we're nothing more than scions and sinners. Oog. Oh my god. I think that's technically not the best way I could have done this, but okay, I'm gonna need to do some infrastructure here, which is what you are. You're a double and you should not be a double. Shoot. I need a single outlet, and I need it right in the floor over there so that I can put a power line here to you and then plug him into you. Wait, why are you... Oh, that's not correct at all. You should be getting power from him. There we go. I'm gonna have to do so much like brain work for me personally to be able to like replicate all of this on every floor. I don't know where to start. I think the right place to start is power, at lighting specifically. I was worried that was going to be the case. We first must see the end.
Bonger?
Thank you for the order. Okay. Oh, well, Cal pays a lot of attention to a lot of folks, but he's probably handing out Earl Grey tea because he's a Star Trek fan. However, if you type exclamation order followed by the name of your favorite tea, he will remember it, and every time you check in, he will serve your favorite kind.
Bonger?
Ah, because we're thinking about the meta nature of the messages, he just went ahead and repeated that one. Although it did get my tech stat to level 5, which is pretty cool. I have three stats that one more level will let me accept their class, and those three are the three that I don't want a class for. I want the occult class. I'm being screwed by my own systems. I think burritos is a really important stat. I think it's an underrated stat. I think more JRPGs should track the number of burritos you eat during normal play. You can grab a burrito supreme with exclamation mark burrito. It feels very Undertale or Deltarune, doesn't it? It feels Toby Fox. And you know what? I take that as a compliment that I have systems in my Twitch chat that feel like Deltarune. Ah, alas. I had the funniest friend group of all time because we all liked pizza, because who doesn't like pizza? And we'd all like to order pizza. But the problem with ordering pizza is that one of us had celiacs, one of us was lactose intolerant, one of us was allergic to tomatoes, and so all four of us needed our own separate pizzas, often from different places. I just want to get a sense of the scale of this place. Oh yeah, baby. Now that's a power facility. Folks who've been here all stream watching me build little tents on the ground and set up a little set of lights out here. Or it's like, oh, cute, I've got a little light set up. You fools, you have no idea what I'm capable of. Some people are like that. Whoops. Oh, he loops back around that way because that's where the power lines... Okay. But I should be able to make you connect. Okay. So those are all hooked up. So that's gonna be... Okay, I can do that math in my head. And those will just be centered. Okay. I think I can do that. Hello? Thank you. Oh, thank you for the care package deal. Oh! Another one? What's wrong with you? Get a hold of yourself, man. It's a Three Musketeers. Your name out to the edge of the sky and carve your glory into legend. Oh! Well, I mean, okay, fair. Fair point. And then this one goes halfway between, which is right there. No, not that line. We're gonna connect. No. We're gonna connect that way. Everything I know is real. There will be blood. Dead. And in the mirror nods his head. The only one left. Because the mountains don't give back what they take. There will be blood. Dead. It's the only thing I've ever known. Woo! Okay. So that logistically makes sense. And then while I'm on this floor, real quick, let's do codeds. And then I'm gonna do that. Realizing why you fight. Okay, and I don't know the math for the rest of the shit, so I'm gonna have to go back down. Take me down one floor, please. They're 2 in from the wall, and they stop 2 out from the wall. Okay, that makes sense. Do 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 do. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-ba-ba-da-da-ba. Ooh. Okay. It's probably mostly correct. Take me up to the next floor, buddy. Papyrus always strikes where you least expect. Yeah, this is Papyrus's theme. This is technically a cover of Bone Trestle. Lamau. Yeah, I have the music pretty quiet so that I can easily talk over it. I'll get distracted and find it hard to have a conversation if my music is too loud, so it has to be pretty quiet on stream. You've been playing for 8 hours. Wow, chat, we've been here for 8 hours. Isn't that incredible? A normal, reasonable length of stream time. What's up, danger? Hey, don't be a stranger. Say, I'm on toes. I can keep the well balanced on my nose. I can slump a party with all my foes, and I wear 'em like a badge of honor on my clothes. Crazy, I'm on my own. If I'm lazy, I'm on my phone. If I sound lazy, just ignore my tone, 'cause I'm always gonna answer when you call my phone, like, what's up, danger? What's up, danger? Hoi! Okay. Logistics. No. Organization. Ceiling lights. Oh, I think we had the armory. Yeah, darn. The one room we haven't had today is the one I need. What's up, danger? What's up, danger? Can't stop me now. Oh, okay. And this will complete the factory, and it will put in all of my lighting And then I think the only thing that's left to do, I gotta slam down the power plants, plug them all in, and then I gotta go get the fucking pipes. And I don't know what I'm gonna do about the pipes. I'm nervous about the pipes. But at least once those are done, they're done, and the system should eventually run at 100% efficiency all the time, forever. Move your feet and feel united. Whoa. Everybody, move your feet and feel united. Whoa. We're going downtown. So, you know, there was this thought in the back of my mind. Do you think Bonnie will emerge out of the ether in recognition of Junior Senior? I'm so glad that that thought occurred to me. If anyone was going to, it had to be you. Old, I know. Hot meat kettle and all that shit. Man, when this song came out, I was junior, and now I'm senior. Oops. Guess it happens to all of us, huh? I've been playing, well, if you gotta sleep, Amada, you gotta sleep. Don't keep yourself up too late. I'm gonna have to call it for stream immediately after I finish this project, because otherwise I'm gonna be, one, up all night, but also, this is one of those things where, like, you're never done with this game. You're never free. There's always another thing. Junior, Senior, into Dan Avidan. But anyway, yeah. I've been playing a lot of Bomb Rush Cyberpunk lately, because I've been doing it as a rando for Eto's group async. And I adore that game. I had legit forgotten just how good the darn thing was. Thank you for the care package, Steel. You become bones. You're doing those on cooldown. I have my own personal bones. Butterfinger. And there's so the whole thing is you're doing graffiti battles with other crews in the streets to try to take over all 5 boroughs of New Amsterdam. If all of New Amsterdam is your territory, then you achieve something called All City. And whenever a crew battle happens between the 2 crews, the people who, like, preside over the crew battle are these 3 absolutely ancient writers called the Old Heads. Their names are Classic, Old School, and Boom Bap. They have the best designs you've ever seen. I'm going to pull them up real quick. That'll work. We'll put this in right here. Oh, thank you for the treat, Kay. Why so many treats? Also, hi, Kay. Are you just waking up? It should be this one, yeah. Okay, browse. Is it? It's probably this. Yeah, check these 3 out. These are the old heads. From left to right, Boom Bap, Old School, and Classic. Look at these 3. Boom Bap has his jetpack on his back actually plugged into the boombox he's got on his shoulder. Classic's got a like cane that he walks with, but it's also a fucking microphone. I love these 3. They're so good. So they make jokes about how different things were back in their day. And some of the good stuff that this game puts out is stuff like, we've been around since old Amsterdam, but you new Amsterdam kids wouldn't know anything about that. You know what we had back there? Trees. That's right. Actual natural oxygen producers. We should bring those back. It's so good. I love the old heads. How do you do, fellow kids? It is how you do, fellow kids. They're like, I think we have it confirmed that they're like over 200 years old or something like that. Because everyone's got, it's in BRC, it's in the distant future, and everyone's got, not the super distant future, but the distant enough future. Everyone's got cybernetic parts. One of the key conceits of the game is that cybernetic scientists learned it was easier to replicate a brain than it was to replicate a body. And so a lot of people, when they get old, it's easy to keep the body running with medical science, but their brains would just give up. And so they would build robo-heads, transfer their brain into the robo-head, and then transplant the robot head onto their existing body, because it was easier to keep the body going with medicine than it was to keep the brain going. The brain was easier to just replicate as a computer. That's like the central conceit of the plot. So these people are like actually 200 years old. And they're still out there skating and breaking it down and doing graffiti. And I love that. This game is amazing, and I hugely recommend it to people. I'm obsessed with it. It's so good. Hey, cute. Okay, we're plugged in. We've got everything done. Are we good? Oh my god.
Receiving Fix-It elevator announcement. Personal fridges are not to be used in off-hour scientific experiments. Some of us keep our lunch in there, you barbarians.
In your head, they are so fighting with their tanks and their bombs and their guns and their drones. In your head, They are dying. Zombie, zombie. Oh no! No, no, okay, we're safe, we're safe. Oh, I thought I was really screwed there for a second. That would have been extremely bad. It was clipping with the wall. For a second, I thought it was clipping with the plant underneath it on the other floor. That would have been phenomenally bad news. In 2018, in your head, they are dying. What's in your head? In your head, zombie, zombie, zombie. Hey, hey, what's in your head? In your head, zombie, zombie, zombie. Hey, 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 oh. I feel like it's fine. It's fine. I'm not gonna fuck with it. It's the same old thing in 2018. Goddamn. Oh, no, you don't go there. Grab it. Plug him in there. Bum 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 bum. Ba-da-dum bum ba-da-dum bum 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 bum. It contains proof of a hero, but it's actually Zinogre's theme. It's Zinogre's battle theme played on a real shamisen. That's why you hear Proof of a Hero, because Zinogre's theme includes the refrain from Proof of a Hero. Good catch, though. Long way down.
Bonger?
Hello, Emily. Wah! Goodbye, cat. It's a long way down. Bat. I'd have a hard time recognizing pretty much anything except for a couple of them. I would recognize Rathalos' theme, for example. And I might hear a couple of themes and go, well, that's a Monster Hunter song, but not know where it's from. Especially, like, because every biome has a theme. So there's a desert theme, a jungle theme, a blah, blah, blah theme. But then only certain monsters get their own personal themes. Usually, like, flagships and elder dragons generally get their own themes. Long ago on the road, I got what they waiting for. You run from nothing, dog. Get your soul, just tell 'em ain't laying low. You was never really rooting for me anyway. When I'm back up at the top, I wanna hear you say, he don't run from nothing, dog. Get your soul, just tell 'em that the break is over. Need a couple done. Need a couple number ones. Yeah. All they do it. I ain't fall off, I just ain't released my new shit. I blew up, now everybody trying to sue me. Call me Nas, but the hood call me Doobie. Funny how you said it was the end, yeah. Then I went did it again, yeah. I told you long ago on the road, I got what they waiting for. I run from nothing, dog. Get your soul, just tell 'em that they laying low. You was never really rooting for me anyway. When I'm back up at the top, I wanna hear you say, he don't run from nothing, dog. Get your soul, just tell 'em that the break is over. My track record's so clean, couldn't let it pass me. Unless you can do flashy, you shouldn't let the world pass me. It's too late cause I'm here to stay and these girls know that I'm nasty. I sent her back to her boyfriend with my handprint on her ass cheek. City talk, we taking notes. OG's so proud of me that he choking up while he making toast. Rumors, where's y'all sense of humor? I'm done making jokes because they got old like baby boomers. To my haters to consumers. I mean, vets feel like they're juniors. Some in soon, but just like Oklahoma. Mine is coming sooner. I'm just a late bloomer. I didn't peak in high school. I'm still out here getting cuter. These puzzle networks and computers got these pussies walking around like they ain't losers. I got what they waiting for. You'll run from nothing, dog. Get your soul, just tell 'em that they're laying low. You was never really rooting for me anyway. When I'm back up at the top, I wanna hear you say, you don't run from nothing, dog. Get your soul, just tell 'em that the break is over. I'm the industry, baby. I'm the industry, baby. Can't put it there because I don't have a fucking foundation. The sound of YouTube fight... That silence you hear? That's the sound of YouTube fighting with Satisfactory for RAM. Because YouTube has RAM problems when it tries to load a new video. Now it's KGA on. You don't know how to react. I'm a picture-perfect face with that wild in my veins. You can hear it in my growl, 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 growl. So keep your eyes on me now. Also on that level. Can I see a joint from here? There he is. Not so tough, not scared to show you up. Can you feel the rush now? Oh my gosh, Rig and Ellie, I don't if y'all are still in chat, as a heads up, it's of all things, this week is Tower Defense Week on Steam. So Death Trap is 50% off right now because it's their weird Steam themed discount thing. Cartographics again. So keep your eyes on me now. Yeah, I somehow convinced Kat and Kit to pick it up because it was on sale. So both of them have it now. I just thought I'd give you all the heads up since y'all seemed interested in it. I think especially if you have a group to play it with, it's a steal at $15. It's reasonable at $15. I wouldn't necessarily say a steal. I think it's pretty reasonable at $15 because I think that you could get quite a lot of hours of orc dismantling out of that game if it's your jam. So if y'all have previously liked other titles in the Orcs Must Die franchise, Death Trap is $15 and has 4-player co-op, so... Hell yeah. And if all y'all ever want a 4th... that game has its hooks deep in me, so... Kat had the funniest requirement for playing it. She was like, previously I just assumed she wasn't ever going to play it with us, and I was cool with that. But then she announced that she would play it with us under one condition, which was that Kit and I got Teardown, because Teardown just added multiplayer. And so yesterday we were playing Teardown all night. Hell yeah. Shout out to anyone that knows where this song is from. I think the combination of just the most random tracks that I could possibly have in a fucking YouTube playlist on loop forever in the background while I'm attempting to do the biggest fuel factory I've ever conceived of in Satisfactory is actually driving me insane. I think I've lost it. This is the Klonoa surfing theme from Klonoa 2. And this is the Family Jewels cover of Running in the 90s, I think. Running in the 90s. Running in the 90s. Running in the 90s. Yes, I wanna see. Okay, grab the intersection. New desire. Desire with your mind. Oh, another one. How are they coming so fast? Is it a 50? Oh, geez, it's because it's been 8.5 hours of streaming. That's how. Hoy vey, dog. No, I have to finish this project. You understand, it's a matter of pride at this point. Hey, yo. No, I missed. Okay. bought myself both Lion L. Johnson and Rebecca Gilliman's figures. What is wrong with you? How can you call yourself... Wait. What do you mean? Because I thought it was Chaos, but I don't know that that's true anymore. Why do you have all the Primarchs? Who would even want all of the Primarchs? Nine to 5. Nightly, weekly. The left to the right. Ain't no room inside. High and high. Hit your skin tonight. Okay, all the lines are plugged in. We go get the formula for my power cables. We plug all these in, and then we just go outside and we run poles? I don't know how I plan to do all of the juice on the outside. I'll figure that out when I figure that out. Of course, that just makes sense. I don't know what he's doing. Yeah, I guess that is what he's doing. Okay. So that's not needed for any of the other lines. But it's a Mark 1 at the elevator. This one can probably go all the way to the pole. You're going to be in the in-between. These are Mark 2s down this line. I think you can be a Mark 1. Yeah, you're a Mark 1. And then you're Mark 1. So it's only at the corners that they're Mark 1s. And then that's not actually needed out there either. Okay. If I had a nickel for every time someone in my chat said, "Oh no, Liz, I've broken Skyrim and I'm doing something I'm not supposed to again," I'd have many nickels. And this is more a Skyrim problem than anything else. Okay, and then I guess I'll just put you there, and then you there. At least 10 from just you, yeah, for sure. I love how often I do that. Okay. Plug you into him. Him in there. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da, bow-bow-dow. Ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba. You, I guess, have to be there so that he's got someone to connect to. Which is fine, because that increases the symmetry here. Y'all thinking about what to get me for my upcoming birthday? Get me some symmetry. Bitches love symmetry. Wow, wow, wow. Bow, 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 bow. Bow, 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 bow. Bow, bow, bow. Oh, hang on. It's fine. I'll figure it out. I mean, eventually. Like, logistically, it has to show up, right? Stupid bastard comes once a year or something. Off into May. If I tell y'all my birth date, you know the pun. And if you know the pun, then you'll never forget it, which is a problem. Okay, cool. Very funny, Steel. There's a joke in there about Santa Claus that I'm sure has been told more times than Santa Claus himself could count to. I can just hear in my head, ho ho, yes, very funny. Structurally, it would be easy to do something along the lines of, like, are things not good between him and Mrs. Claus? You know, since he only comes once a year? Oh, I'll tell you, Kay. My birthday is May 4th. I was born on Star Wars Day. May the 4th be with you. See, and now you'll even remember the fucking day. Attain rocks you like a hurricane. That's if there's any season bubble butts. Give it to your lover. Let's go around. Help one another. Give it to your lover. Let's go around. The sheer time consumed just plugging in this factory is intimidating. How have we spent almost 10 minutes just connecting these power cables? Okay, lines are connected, pipes are connected, windows are connected. Back to the first floor.
Do you like my buttons? They're pretty nice, right? Customizable, functional, they have indicator lights. The full package. I think they're neat.
Well, chat, y'all like brutalism? Good news. Jesus Christmas. The monolith. r/evil buildings. No kidding. I mean, it does have a U.S. military encampment plugged in front of it. So, like, I was inviting that specific energy. There's a prison in Atlanta that looks like that. That's horrifying. What a monster. Grim work, Liz. Yeah. Welcome to Mar-a-Lago Power Plant. Hegseth would be proud. I hope he sees it and he's so filled with pride for us that he suffers a heart attack and dies fucking instantly. Just immediate pride heart attack. So I don't have the resources for it just yet. Oh, I can't even. There's a golden statue that you can buy. It's not very big, but I could place a golden statue right in front of the building. I wonder what we have for, like, the biggest sign we have is going to be absolutely dwarfed by the building. Oh, that's also upside down. That's the biggest billboard I have. Okay, I don't even know what to do for this. I guess go with that olive drab. Oh, interesting. Fuck. Whatever the tackiest option is, true. Ed. It would be. I'm not going to do Mar-a-Lago power plant because I don't want to think about it every time I see this place, but... Can I can't move you to the next line, can I? Oh. I can cheat it. There's no enter, but you just cram enough spaces in there, it does the job. It's so comically dwarfed by the building. That's so funny. Good night, Emily. I hope you have sweet dreams. How big is this building? I can actually tell y'all exactly how big this building is. Give me a second. Big enough I can barely make it to the top of the rocket fuel jetpack. $126 meters tall. Let's go. I'll go translate that into freedom units. Suppose that's appropriate here. 413 feet. Oh, you're Canadian. Well, then you can understand meters. I cannot. All right, let's do a marker here. Large, obviously. Fool that you are, Steel, that you think I don't already have that. Lizer nuclear power plant is already up and running. However, the nuclear power plant doesn't compare in the slightest to the maximum output of the Turtle Beach power plant. Even nuclear cannot compare with the power of good old-fashioned American oil. Oh, my backpack? No, you can't put nuclear fuel in it, unfortunately. The next tier of fuel that we have access to is ionized fuel, and there's no way I'm automating ionized. It's a mess. All right, so all we have to do is plug a pipe into each of those outputs, and we should be good. I don't have a plan for that, before you ask. I think what we're going to do is we're going to put down foundations across the back. Fool that you are, that you think you could optimize the ionized fuel lines. No one can. The math doesn't exist. All you would do is destabilize the system and destroy my house. Is this the final boss of Endwalker, but synchronized with Slam Jam? Yeah. It is. Oh, if you don't do it optimally, it explodes, Steel. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Work that body, make sure you don't hurt nobody. Hey, TJ. Think Jimmy gonna burn it up? Oh, I didn't even think about that. Okay, we're gonna try this. I don't know if that's gonna work. Like, hypothetically, it should. Yeah. Because rocket fuel is a gas and not a liquid. So, or yeah, not a liquid. So it technically doesn't care about up. If it was a liquid, it would be more upset about uppies, but gas isn't, so. Now, I fully anticipate this will cause problems because I'm not evenly dispensing my fuel. And it will throw a fit that it's not being evenly dispensed. We're going to rely on something called saturation here, which basically means the lines at the very front of this tube are going to receive inputs first. Those lines have to be totally full, not just full to their usage, but completely overflowing before the next set of lines will get any fuel. And then that will have to saturate before the next line goes, and so on and so forth. So that factory has to be completely backed up with fuel before that factory gets any. And then that factory, and then that one, and that one. And my god, I've created the Happy Mario Day, everyone. It's Donkey Kong. Gaming truly is cyclical. Oh, it's kind of suck. I'm gonna have to break the line, and that's gonna cause problems for a second. That's just the way it's gonna have to be. Okay. There's a special kind of, like, math autism required in order to enjoy this game, but if you have it, if you have the math autism, play Satisfactory. It's so good. See, the secret, chat, the secret to making a pretty factory in this game is not what you think it is. You may think to yourself, well, isn't the secret to making a pretty factory to, like, you know, make it look nice, make all the lines clean, connect them all in reasonable methods? No, no, no. That's nonsense. The secret to a clean factory, the secret to a nice-looking factory in this game, is actually, quite simply, to put all of your ugly shit behind a wall. If you just put a wall around all of your pipework, it looks nice. I usually just do open-air factories because, like, it's so much work to make them look good. Okay. Also, like, logistically, since infrastructure like this doesn't do anything, technically, for your factory... Hey, oh my goodness gracious, welcome in, Raiders. For those of you who do not know me, my name is Liz, and this is my undersea tea house, the Squid Easy Spoopy Ghosty Raid. Welcome in, Kay. Welcome in, everyone. How was your stream? What did you get up to? How was Doll's Nest? I hope you had a good time. If you need to raid and run, folks, know that I respect and love that all so very much here. I truly, truly support raiding and running. If you need food, if you need sleep, if you need water, you go take care of yourselves. Don't even worry about it. If you're going to be around, we are putting the finishing touches on our power plant in Satisfactory and then probably going to bed. Found a pile bunker, and you can't have a bad time with a pile bunker. This is very true. Hello, Pepper. Welcome in. Yeah. If I get to bed within the next hour and a half, I'll at least be on par for the last few days. If we can make it within the next hour, then we're moving up in the world, so that's the goal. We should be done pretty soon, and then I can call it. Well, thank you, I appreciate that. I am definitely not normally streaming this late. I'm usually awake this late, but I don't usually stream this long. A measly 9 hours. Did this plant take all stream? It took most of stream. It's a big, ugly green box on the beach. All right. Oh, darn it. It's very much the thing we don't want it doing right now. Okay. So, we get that across. I don't know that I have a plan for the roof of this facility. If I did, now would be the time, because getting back up here later is going to be a pain in the batucas. I don't think I have a plan for the roof. I also don't think that people are ever going to see the roof. It's going to be very difficult to even get up here. So it's probably fine to not have any plans. Got it. Okay. That encapsulates all of our pipelines so that they're invisible. I gotta go check the efficiency of the turbo fuel factory and make sure there's no problems over there. Inefficiencies. Only 3 of the plants are currently burning, which is fine. These plants are going to take forever to actually get any coal. Because, see, this is what I was talking about earlier with saturation. This line is fully backed up. His inputs... Oh my god, that fixed my power problems! Whoo! power problems solved. Hang on, I like this song, and I'm not going to be able to listen to it while fun if you ever get to play an Armored Core game, but with anime mech girls. I actually would be interested in that. I will put it on my list to look at later. I'm no good at Armored Core. I do like them, but I'm just bad at them. Okay, so... See, this guy's got 100 compacted coal, and every time he burns one, another one goes in. So this line is moving at 50 per minute, and each of these is using 7 per minute. The problem is the way these splitters work. He always splits one to the left, one to the right, no matter how slow he gets them. So this factory gets 1 coal for every 1 coal that those factories get. Until this guy is full, and then, because he can't take anymore, all of it goes that way. So, 1 right, 1 left, 1 right, 1 left, 1 right. He's now getting all of them, and then they have to split. So you can see how, at the end of the line, this dude gets 1 coal every time that dude gets like 100 or something. He gets 1 for every 1 of those. He gets 1 for every 2 of those, for every 4 of those. 16, 64, it just goes on and on. It's a mess. There's a way to fix this by designing your splitters better. I don't care. That's not the point of this factory, so it doesn't really matter. It's a little clunky in some areas, but it's a good game and it's Armored Core. Haha. Well, I definitely am interested. Okay. So this dude's running at 100%. He's a little backed up on rocket fuel because the tube can only run 300 at a time, which is fine, actually. If he's running 100%, then these must be good, which means he's just eating all of the polymer resins, which I'd love to make into plastics. That just requires infrastructure I don't currently require. Customize your anime girl and all the parts of her that are mech or tank. Interesting.
Bonger?
Bartender, the usual. So all of our input lines are gooch. Never finished 6. Had a save issue, had to start over, and you just... I haven't even played 6. I've got to consider coming up for 3, I think? Which I just randomly have on PS2 for some reason. All of these are running. Where's our power at now? We're balancing around 41. That's actually pretty close to what I expected to run. Let me go check the top row. Conceptually, Armored Core is super neat, but it's difficult and it's strategical, and I'm just really bad at those things, and so... Yeah, see, these guys, you see, this is where we're starting to have our first problems. You've been chosen! Instant karma. Is that too high? I feel like that happens really quickly. Let me go set his... auto odds of punishment. I want it to happen. I want it to be risky to print a ticket, but I want the odds of the print ticket penalizing you to be noticeably oh, that is low. Y'all are just getting really unlucky with that. That's very funny. Okay. I tweaked it just a little bit in favor of the ticket printing. Steel got bit instantly. Last time Steel printed one ticket, and then Mara immediately got bit on the second print. So, like, it's very funny. Instead of mission-based, it takes place in a divided Dark Souls-style map. We're in, like, shortcuts to make more progress. Fascinating. Okay. Yeah, so this guy is getting fuel, and you see he's at 8.6 right now, and he's going up. When that hits 50, and you can see that it's going up very slow, when that hits 50, this guy will more consistently get fuel. Because he's getting half of whatever he gets, which is half of every other plant in earlier on in the line. And so these ones are getting practically nothing. Eventually the lines will fill and all of these plants will be getting enough. But even before that, like, even if I don't wait for them to saturate, we're producing like 40,000 megawatts. Even if the entire freaking factory was running, we'd only be moving 27k. Cursed Woods. No, I don't think I have. Sorry, Cursed Words? Cursed Words, no. I'll consider. Well, hold on. I'll go ahead and break out the welcome wagon. Zoop. Cursed Words demo. Roguelike. Start with simple words like buy or this or game, then use game-altering combos to break the rules. I see. Balatro Scrabble. Reasonable. Sure, let's put cursed words onto the consider. This seems interesting. Given how much Balatro managed to infect my brain cells. All right. Cursed words. Little ways down the list, we've got upcoming Off, Sayonara Wild Hearts, Strange Antiquities, Fly Night, D100 Roll, Armored Core 3, In Stars and Time, Guild Wars 2 Collab, Nocia, another D100 Roll, Ace Combat 7, and Cursed Words. Which is just... I mean... Need I even say anything about that list? Can anything be said about such a list? Truly, so chaotic, so wild. Just the variety. If nothing else, it's the variety for me. I did see the Jokers, and I was like, oh no. Yeah, I've had Strange Antiquities, like, recommended 3 or 4 times since we got the fucking consider for it, so I'm very excited for that. Scrabble Boggle that just gets absurd. I'm gonna have to make sure Kat's here for it, because Kat loves word puzzles. She will find it delightful, I'm sure. Yeah. I am nothing if not a variety streamer, chat. Alright. This is Wenceslas by the band Gnome. Do you know this one, Rig? I fucking love this song. This is like one of my favorites. Okay. We're wrapping up stream now. I have to. I will go insane if I don't. Hell yeah. I was telling my tabletop group earlier, I was like, gang, I don't care what it takes. We have to get a campaign running, and we have to get a campaign running now. I created another character with a full fleshed out backstory because I was listening to Wenceslas, and I just made up a fucking TTRPG character based on it. Yeah, thank you so much for raiding in, Kay. It was good to see you again. Take care. Thank you for the lurk. Whenever I can't get my fix at the table, I just start, like, making fucking characters at random, and it's so bad. Ugh. I've got a group and we're free every Wednesday, and we, like, I have the time and the energy for it, but just we haven't gotten it together because the campaign we were going to run is fucking like hard require. I absolutely want to have a 4th before we run that, and we don't have a 4th, and I can't seem to find one for it because no one fits the schedule. And so, like, we just haven't been able to play because of that. I assume that's... It'll actually be D&D 5th, unfortunately, because it's a pre-made campaign. Oh! I missed! Yeah, I had 2Ks in chat tonight. I burned all of our iron plates. Oh my god. Let's go bed. Oh, you're so right. Good night, Ellie. Thanks so much for hanging out. Yeah, Kit, for those who didn't notice, Kit did in fact get into med school. She is currently asleep, but... And you as well, Rig. Thanks for hanging out. I hope you both have sweet dreams. Love having y'all here whenever you're able to. Especially given how crazy late it is. I hope y'all get some sleep. Okay. And then I think I just, like... Yeah. I have to break free of my, I have to break free of its control over me. But I will get some sleep soon. Thank you, Rig. Carnage. Oh, how am I gonna do this? I think what I'm gonna do... Let's do that. Elevator floor stop. Thank you, Kay. Oh, hang on. That's why it's being weird. Okay, and then we'll go get a roof tile. Not in there. Architecture. Architecture. Bow, 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 bow. I don't know why these roofs are built this way. I don't know why they have this lip on them. 4,200 megawatt hours in storage. Isn't a ton at this point. I might need to get a few more of these operational. Whoo! All right. How's that power looking, chat? She's looking awfully good. Our consumption has dropped dramatically. It was peaking right at the base of our capacity when this stream started, and now it's not even half of our capacity. Absolutely fucking cooking. I don't know what that means, Steel, but I agree with it. Hey, man, what do you got going on? Nothing. Come here. Thanks, Mara. Okay. That's not a concern right now. I do want to take a run by of the nuclear pasta before I wrap, so... Oh, and I suppose I promised I'd show you the nuclear factory, if anyone's still awake who wanted to go see it. We're gonna close this. Close you. We're gonna close you. And then we're gonna minimize you. Should clear up a little bit of RAM there. Make him run a little bit less framey. Here's the carbon plateau. One of our older factories and one of our, probably our largest factory at this point. The problem is every time we get a new resource, we realize, oh, we could automate that at the carbon plateau. So, I mean, like, it's hard to show you the entire plateau because there's just so much here. This should be cubes. I need 200 of these. So we are in the positives on cubes now. If this thing gets 5 alien power matrices per minute, it goes up to, I think it said a 30% boost. I love the little, it's FOSS instead of NOS. Train. Y'all can't keep coming up with new words that I gotta program in. Use backdoor or explore. Navigator! We've seen cartographics like 4 times tonight. Mara just hasn't been here for any of them. Portal is ready once more. Zoop. Yeah, we'll go show off Lizer, because it's got a hot pop down to Lagoon anyway. Place a Skylander on the Portal of Power, young Portal Master. Alright, chat. Welcome to Lizer Nuclear Facility. Of our 11 reactors, 4 of them are currently online and running at max capacity. Nuclear waste into non-fissile material, down to the particle accelerator to become plutonium, to be brought up here to be made into plutonium fuel rods. And what's the plutonium fuel rod being used for? That's right, it goes into the trash can. Instantly into the trash can. And this is where we're refining nuclear. Do you want to see Mike's supercomputer production, Mara? I'll show you mine. Boom. On the way up, you can look at the nuclear facility from above, and it is something else. Oh, I guess not. Fuck them. Well, the problem is we don't have the technology to refine plutonium right now. Or we can make plutonium fuel rods, but if we make plutonium waste, we can't refine that waste. So the waste would just back up. So we're not using the plutonium fuel rods or recycling them. Because you can't recycle the waste product. You have to make it into the next fuel rod in order to recycle it. Yeah, we don't have the ability to fuck them. Anyway, Mara, welcome to the supercomputer factory. You see that? That's plastic. That's all plastic. That right there is making all of our turbo fuel and packaging it. Actually, yeah, that's making all of our turbo fuel, which is being used just to make bullets. All of the ammunition we use is just runoff from the plastic byproduct, as well as helping to fuel our drone landing port here. Hi, buddy. Good luck out there, friend. Then we've got... That's copper. That is all copper. I need it for sheets to make the chips, and I need it for cables to make the computers. So then these guys are doing circuit boards. He's doing high-speed connectors. They're making quick wire. All of that's getting dropped down to make computers. And then all of the finished products are getting brought over here. This guy's making AI limiters out of the last couple of products. And they're all going in here to make supercomputers at 66% efficiency. All of this, and I can't even make a full 1.875 supercomputers. All this shit to get one of these bastards a minute. And you know what Kit needs for the next tier of her project? Three. She needs 3 supercomputers per minute. We're already using one of these. I have to make a new factory that is 3 times this infrastructure to go to the next tier. I need to triple this infrastructure. I don't even know how. Where would I even put all of that? No, we could. But I'd want to get computers above 100% efficiency if I was going to use a summer sloop for it. Since it requires 4 components, it's 4 summer sloops to double those. And going from 1 supercomputer to 2 supercomputers is not huge. I'd get the infrastructure to make like 3 supercomputers at a time, and then I'd double that, and I'd make like 6. Yeah, it's per input. So if your building is a... God, I can never remember the names of all of them. Thanks, buddy. If it's a constructor, since you've got 1 input, it requires 1 summer sloop. If it's an assembler, 2 inputs, so it requires 2 summer sloops. And then manufacturers, since they have 4 inputs, 4 summer sloops. Most of our spare summer sloops are being used on our power amplifier. We actually need to go exploring and pick up more, honestly. Here, I want to show off this factory. Those 3 floors are making 1 resource. Copper powder. So that I can run 4 of these to make nuclear pasta. If I'm honest with you, the power duplicator isn't really even doing that much with the 4 summer sloops it has. I wouldn't say we need it. We have it because it's style points, really, at this point. All of this is just copper powder, just to run these bitches. Welcome to the loudest room in my fucking factory. Because all 4 of these require 50 copper powder per minute. Another 200. Actually, give me... Shoot. 250, and then we just get another 250 to go. The further into the game I go, the more I want to at least make things look clean, if not necessarily, like, nice. Like, I think a lot of my buildings are just brutalist cubes from hell. And I'm okay that most of my factories are brutalist cubes from hell. But what matters is that they, like, are factories and not like a bunch of equipment just lying all over the floor. You know what I mean? The game doesn't really reward you for doing it. Technically, a lot of the times it feels like it punishes me for making my shit look nice. Nah. Here, I'll show you. So for all of that niceness... Oh. Green train arriving. That's the Emerald Express. The pit. Go log off at the pit. Oh, see, there's the aluminum factory. Why does the aluminum factory look like that? I mean, it looks okay. It's clean, at least. But there's no, like, walls or structure or anything. Why does it look like that? Because I fucking hate aluminum. It doesn't deserve a factory. What has it done to earn a factory? Nothing. I keep getting caught on that one. I didn't get caught on it the first time when I was testing these, but recently I get caught on that same one every single time. So we got this, and this looks okay. Again, it's a brutalist cube, but... And at the end of the day, like... The factory's this spaghetti down here. And even this is at least enclosed in a basement so that it's like hidden and out of the way and it kind of looks decent down there. I'm taking you to the old factory, which is where we started the game at. And it very much looks like we started the game here. This is the old factory. We didn't have foundations. So this shit's just out here. Whatever. I ain't gonna clean it up. I'm gonna come out here and fix this shit. It's not my problem. We got a nice little train station that comes up to it. Meanwhile, look at what's directly across the road from it. Yeah, this is what factories often start out looking like. Hikari! Welcome in, Raiders. For those of you who do not know me, my name is Liz, and this is my undersea tea house, the Squid Easy. How are you doing? What were you up to this evening? It is the ass crack of the morning, my friend. Poker night at the inventory. You playing the original? Tell me you're playing the original. Is that the OG? Oh my god. I hope you had a good time, Hikari. Welcome in, everybody. We are wrapping up ourselves right now, so if you've got a raid and run, now's a good time. I'm going to be scooping y'all up and sending you off on a raid train within a few minutes here. Bet it all at the inventory, and all I got was a gun, some glasses, and a watch. Yeah, it makes sense. I did see that they re-released it. I saw that they're also re-releasing the, like, original TF2 rewards for playing it, which is insane. Unheard of. No one ever thought that was going to happen. Well, because the original one was, like, gone, right? I don't even think you can get the original one. Yeah, the original got taken out back and shot. You can't obtain it anymore. You have to, like, still have it from back in the day, or you have to, like... Yeah. Just claimed everything except Heavy's reward. Goddamn. Hell yeah. Yeah, 2 also got taken out back and shot. People are just in shock that it's back at all, and I'm ecstatic that it is because it's such a cool idea. And I literally only learned about it like about a year ago. I had never heard of it prior to like a year ago, and I watched like a video essay on it, and I was like, "Damn, that's something I would have been into." Yeah, exactly that. So yeah, like we've got that, Mara, but then literally look what's directly across the road. Never got to because I wanted to watch the Venture Bros before I understand any even references Brock makes. Put that off for years and years, and then it was too late. Tragic. Praying they find a way to get Poker Night 2 back on Steam. God's willing. Dark matter. So yeah, I mean, I understand because I've also wanted to go back and clean this shit up. Also, I think it's still running here. Hang on, where is he? Oh, maybe you aren't still running. Where is my idiot son? Because it should be you, but it doesn't look like it is. Production paused on both of them. Yeah, those are the smart platings. They have probably been paused for a long, long, long time. They were part of the train network because they were being used for something at the base. There's a drone airport up there. That's funny. Yeah, we're about wrapping it up here, too. I was showing off the factories before we called it. Thank you so much for the raid, Hikari. Go take care of yourself. You do be the ass crack. Ass crack of dawn.
Bonger?
Thank you for the order. Yeah, this dude's using smart plating. Because he just had so much backed up that he doesn't even have a problem with it. These haven't been automated in years and we still have them? Where are they coming from? Mal. Oh my god. Is it because you're offline? I thought you were still building modulars. Oh, the modulars are fully backed up. Oh my god. It's a mess in here is why. Okay. Well, I guess that checks out. Alright, we're gonna go throw these nuclear pasta into the elevator chat, and then we are calling it quits. Boing. When in doubt, sink them. We need them is the problem. If you look at the recipes, you think to yourself, I don't need those no mas. They're done. But then, who used them? Is it you? Yeah, see, these thermal propulsion rockets require modular engines to make. So we have to take the modular engines and cram them in the thermal propulsion rocket thing. And you finish the thermal propulsion rockets in phase 4 and you say, well, I'm not going to need those in phase 5. No, in phase 5, you have to make the ballistic warp drive, which requires more thermal propulsion rockets. So if you've been sinking your modular engines, you're going to have to turn them back on. But here's the thing. I need one of these bad boys per ballistic drive. I need 200 ballistic drives. Each thermal propulsion engine uses 5 modulars, which means I only need 1,000 modular engines. So I could pull 1,000 out of the box, stick them into a box at the thermal propulsion rocket factory, and then I could just sink the rest and turn it off. Or I could automate the thermal propulsion rockets fully with the modular engines, and then fully automate the ballistic warp drives. And then when I'm done with ballistic warp drives, I can put those in the sink, and I can get 1 billion tickets. Because unfortunately, here's the really bad news. The news no one wants to hear. The news that breaks every young Satisfactory player's heart. There's an achievement for buying the golden nut. So at some point, you just have to have 1,000 tickets if you want all the achievements. Deeply, deeply devastating. Alright, nuclear pasta into the shit. We're at 750 nuclear pasta, so we're almost done with that, and then I can turn off the powderizer. God, we have 127. Granted, we own every cosmetic in the game, so the golden or we own like every thing you can buy with tickets that isn't like a statue. So at the very least, that will like 150. I automate stuff to the elevator early on, but like towards the end of the game, here's the thing. That nuclear pasta factory, that motherfucker is in the woods over here. He is not connected to anything via conveyor belts. He is not connected to anything via tubes or transit. He is on a plateau in the middle of Vietnam. Hello, Plush Draco. Thank you so much for the care package. I hope you're doing good today, Draco. It's good to see you. Out in the absolute boonies, and in order to turn him on, in order to get nuclear pasta, I have to manually carry my pressure conversion cubes out to the factory on foot because I don't have transit out there, even a tube. And I have to plug them into a box called Cube Input, which you probably saw earlier, and get the pasta out of pasta output, and then carry them back here. The infrastructure required to connect that to the rest of the grid is like an entire extra train line, multiple extra trucks, 2 drone ports. I could use drones to automate that shit out here, but why would I run 2 extra drone lines for something I'm going to use 1,000 times exactly and then not use? 2 extra drones for that. Also, Mara, you know what the problem with drones is? Just woke up. Well, good morning. I'm about to go to bed. Problem with drones is drones require fuel. So if you want drones to move from one dead-end ass-crack factory to another dead-end ass-crack factory, you have to move fuel to one of those 2 dead-end ass-crack factories. You've been playing for 10 hours. We have to stop, chat. We've hit 10 hours of stream. What I would need to do to get those automated, Mara, is I would need a drone at this factory who would fly out here with the cubes, place them into that factory, a drone over here who would fly out there and get the pasta, fly it back over here, and then a third drone who would fly down here to plug it into the elevator for me. It would require 3 drones with our current infrastructure to do that. I could, but in 250 more minutes, I'm going to be done with pasta forever, and I'm going to put a sink out there, and I'm never going to think about it again. So, Honestly, I probably should have Kit install some more drones than what we have, and I want to do more with trains than what we've done so far. I intend to build a really large train very soon to move some serious resources across the map. But I just, who has the time? I spent 10 hours today streaming, and you know what I got done? 1 power plant. 1 power plant. Granted, that power plant is producing 18,000 megawatts, which is, in metric terms, a lot. A whole 30 tickets. You're almost there. That's close to 1/3 of a 10th of the way there. When you think about it like that, it sounds great. If you're not being weird, I'll raid into you. You don't actually look like you're being weird. Oh, okay. Do I know you? I'm looking for someone to raid us out too. Well, thank you for hanging out, Kay. I hope you have a good day today. Chat, I'm going to do what we in the streamer business call going the fuck to sleep. Because I'm tired and sleepy, and I don't want to be awake anymore. It was great having you, Kay. And thank you for hanging out, Mara. Thank you to all of you who stuck around and chatted and hung out. I'm not playing Warframe at 5:30 in the morning. Mara, if I stay awake any later, you're going to have to go to bed. Actually, let's put on some... Can we get some crispy tunes going, chat? I think we need some crispy tunes. You're right. Yeah, unfortunately. Thank you all so much for hanging out, chatting, lurking, vibing. Catching this later on down the line is a VOD. It means the world to me to have all you here. But I can play Satisfactory for 10 hours and spend half of that time not even talking, just listening to music. And that y'all can hang out and play your games and do your things and just kind of use that as background noise while you do your stuff. That's what it's all about for me. It would be difficult for me to enjoy games the way that I am able to because of stream. Because if I was just sitting here playing Satisfactory for 10 hours alone in the dark with no one around, I'd be kind of miserable the whole time. And so, thanks to stream, this time I get to spend gaming is a lot more restorative and a lot more enjoyable for me than it would otherwise be. So I appreciate all of you so much for hanging out and supporting me. It really does mean the world. This is a Discord link. If you drop into the Discord, you get go live notifications. You can know when my next stream is going to be, what game I'm going to be playing, all of that good stuff. You can also hang out and share memes and stuff like that. And really, what more could you want? Thanks for the order, Net. I hope you had a good time tonight. This right here is a raid message. You're gonna copy the top one if you're a subscriber, bottom one if you're not subscribed. You're gonna drop those into our raid targets chat. It's gonna make them feel good. It's gonna make me feel good. Really, what more could you want? I don't have anywhere comfy to go. None of the streamers I'm looking at are people that I've been in their chat much at all, so I don't really know the vibes of anyone I'm looking at right now. I guess there's a couple of people that I could trust. but I think we're going to mix it up. We're going to go somewhere we haven't been before. Would y'all be heartbroken if I went into Resident Evil Requiem? Everyone's probably avoiding spoilers for that, right? Let's see. Yeah, let's do Fallout 4 instead, so that people don't have to avoid for spoilers as much. Because I'd love if y'all would hang out and drop some raid messages and say hi to our target if you're going to be up and around. Chat, thank you so much for hanging out with me tonight. I hope to see all of you again soon. Next stream should be on... God, when's our next stream? Sunday? Is it Friday today? Well, it was Friday. It's now Saturday. Next stream is Sunday. No idea what it's going to be. I might try to get Kat to do off if she's around, so that we can finally get that off the consider list. Get off the consider list. But we'll see. Depends on who's around when we hit Sunday. So I do hope to see all of you again for that. But until then, it's closing time with Squid Easy. I'm shooing you all out the door. We're gonna go say hi to Oshie Taro, who is doing some Fallout 4. Oshie is delightful. Y'all will love your time over there. Head on out the door. Go say hi. Thanks so much for watching. But it's closing time. Let's go easy. Y'all gotta head out the door. I gotta go to bed. I'm losing track of where I even am in my send off. Grab your orders if you haven't already and head out the door. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Thanks for watching. We love Oshie. She's delightful. Ignore the musical choice that we got right as we're raiding out to Oshie. Unrelated. Thanks for hanging out, Hikari. Thanks for hanging out, Kay. Take care, everybody. Goodbye, Mara. Oh, goodbye. Yo, but what if we did play Warframe though? Like just a little bit of Warframe before